so we need to start that link. So for example, I am talking. This is not for streaming. I am talking, you see. The speakers will be the transcript, and the tool is
morning, everybody. I hope you had a... Is it working? Yes? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. So I hope you had a very nice evening. I'm not going to do a long intro because we have a very down session and we're a bit late due to the plenary session and all that. So I'm just going to call on stage Danuta. Danuta, take the stage. You have to do rock. So Danuta Brygla, Managing Director of Digital Media of Frankie Axel Springer in Poland. My good friend. Yes, I know. She's super popular. So a big expert in subscription and other things as well. So, but today you assigned on this subscription. So.
Thank you very much. That was nice. I passed the first test with the stars. That's the most stressful part for me. Okay. Hello, everybody. Okay, we're going to spend 60 minutes together, so I will add something to the introduction with Valérie. So, as Valérie said, I'm Danuta Brygła, and I'm the managing director of the media portfolio of a company called Ringier Axel Springer Poland, which is a joint venture between Ringier, the Swiss owner, and Axel Springer, the German owner. And we publish more than a dozen of different publications that you may be familiar with, Polish edition of Forbes, Business Insider, but our crown jewel, our flagship is Onet. Onet is the most trusted news source for Polish people, or Polish-speaking people. I oversee editorial, audience, product, multimedia production, but all this, what that we do is to scale digital subscriptions at the moment. And in the next 60 minutes, we'll be talking about subscriptions, but not only. And I have been working on the subscriptions because it would be boring. I've been working on subscriptions for 10 years now, for over 10 years now. And from what I remember, for all those years, subscriptions were like the hottest topic in the conferences, but not anymore. I think it is symptomatic that we all feel that there must be some kind of a new approach, because the playbook that we built was designed for another type of consumption, another type of distribution habits. Wasn't designed for agentic web, and definitely wasn't designed for the creator's economy. And subscriptions were once supposed to be the ultimate answer to all our pains. So it was like basically enough to own your audience, eliminate the dependency on platforms, get your pricing right, get your offer right, and keep your churn low and watch the pile of money grow. But it's not the case for most of the publishers. And the readers that we need to convert are fatigued, are distracted, and being courted by creators and other entertaining options, or by AI chats. We've talked about it yesterday a lot. And on the other hand, the readers who do subscribe are more expensive to acquire. And the 90% or 50% or 80%, depending on the title, that won't pay still have to get informed, right? Because this is, at the end of the day, this is why we're here, right? To keep people safe and push back against populism. So every week my team and I argue about the priorities. I have never felt that squeezed by the weight of every decision. And today I will do the thing that every smart person would do. So I will ask those that know better and that figured it out. So we are very lucky to have the three of the best experts in the room. We'll hear from, in the beginning, from Matthias van den Peppel, who runs B2C strategy across media has, and he'll set the strategic framework for us for the discussion. Then he will hand over to Coralie Franken, who leads the Le Soir in Belgium. And after, we will hear from Flavia, who runs marketing and retention at Le Monde, and is going to talk about the kind of leak that that most of us tolerate, and which is account sharing, and what happens when you stop tolerating it. So I will keep my questions for when we sit down to a discussion after the presentations. Prepare your questions, and let's go.
Thanks, Danuta. Clicker. Yes. Hello, everybody. Very nice to see so many of you. You actually have no idea how happy I am to be here, because yesterday I spent a full day on airports because of a lot of flight issues. So really happy to be here and share our view of, at Media House of our next phase in subscription growth. I start with our mission statement, and our mission statement points out that we especially strongly believe and unconditionally believe in independent journalism. And not only that, I think at Media House we also believe that there should be a sustainable business model, and will be a sustainable business model for independent journalism, because of the value it has for society and because of the value it has for individuals. And today I will dive in how we try to find our way, shaping our strategy in a new era for journalism, in a new era for subscriptions also, and try to take you along the way. To build a sustainable business model, we projected where we have to go. We know where we have to go in digital subscriptions. We made our projections until 2030 to build that digital sustainable model for our journalism. And we were going quite well. Print is keeping up better than expected, like I think in many markets, but also for us. But digital growth is challenging. It's not growing fast enough. And especially in the past couple of months, probably also because of the market situation and the situation in the world, growth is declining a bit. It's slowing down a bit. So that's a challenge. Also for ARPU, we managed to increase ARPU for print, and we are quite good on the way for ARPU in digital. Those factors together should build this sustainable model for the future. And we were quite good on the way, but we're entering a new era, and things get uncertain. I don't have to repeat this all the time, but okay, I can give a presentation without mentioning AI, right? So I won't be invited next year. So AI is rewriting the rules. You just saw the presentation of Ezra. Things are changing very rapidly. And on the other end, we have the creator economy coming up. Individuals in all kinds of basements or little rooms are taking over our role for some people. And not only some people, more and more people are turning to the social platforms, to creators or AI agents for their information. That's a challenging situation for us. News media are under pressure of those two forces. It's not getting easier for us. We come from this very nice, and I think Danuta also mentioned it, comfortable situation where we are the destination, when we could sell digital subscriptions, when we were trusted by our audiences, and we could earn quite good amounts of money and see that pile growing, like Danuta just mentioned. I think we're seeing something else now, because there's a shift towards the other world, the other platforms, the socials, the AI agents, where trust is not a given. People there don't trust us as a given. We are not the destination there. We don't control that environment, and we can ignore it. But let's face it, they're taking part of our money. There is also an upside, possibly. We might be able to earn some money there. There are a lot of people earning money on socials, right? The creators make a good living out of it. But the creator is something else than a media company. We need more money, basically. And it's an uncertain era, but we fully focus on it. I have a brilliant colleague called Lisbeth Nizet. She's focusing fully on off-platform revenues with future audiences, new audiences. And I think we can build a business there as well. But how will it look like? And where do we stand out? And what's the core of what we are? What's the core of where we can make a difference? That's where I want to zoom in. I think there are 3 pillars for us. I think we can stand out in 3 areas. And I will dive in deeper for every one of them. The first one is signature journalism. It seems like an open door, but it's not easy to focus on signature journalism. I have another brilliant colleague called Gerben van 't Hek. He is focusing fully on that. He's managing that track. He's traveling from editorial room to editorial room to create that focus on signature journalism and to find what signature journalism is for each and every brand of us. I will dive into that, how he does this. I'm not doing it, but he does it. The second thing, it's our brand. It's the one thing which can't be taken from us, is what Earl Wilkinson, from INMA, stated on the stage in Berlin a couple of weeks ago. And the third thing is customer value. We have this unique relationship with our subscribers. We can build on that. So let's dive in. First of all, in the signature journalism. Look at this slide for a moment. It's from Earl again. It's expected that in 2036, only 0.3% of our content will be human, will be generated by humans. All the other content will be generated by AI. We are flooded by AI content. That feels like a challenge, but it will also be an opportunity for us, because we are human. We have humans generating journalism. So signature journalism, first of all, is human. It's made by humans and for humans. And it seems like not something special. It was not something special in the past. It will be something special in the future. And there are things we can create which AI cannot. AI, at least at this point, can visit a crime scenery or something. Maybe in the future, but I don't see it happen. There are advantages we have as human on top of AI, but it's not like a classic update me or summarize me. AI can do summarizations better than some editors, but in-depth journalism, really researching, really making the human connection to audiences and to other people, that's something special, and we can do that. Signature journalism is also very close to the brand identity. Signature journalism is something else for every brand, and that's why we are traveling from editorial room to editorial room to do signature weeks, to find what journalism is for each and every brand. It has a high value perception, because otherwise people won't pay for it. And of course, it's not only text anymore, it's also audio, it's also video. So how do we find this signature mix? What do we think that our signature domains are? We as an editorial room, or we as a company. That's our identity. But what does our audience think? That's not always the same thing. How much are we creating in these domains? So our identity is, I don't know, culture. Are we also creating a lot of culture journalism, or economics, or science, or lifestyle journalism? How do we present it? What's promoted to the outside world? We can make it, but there's also our promotion reflect who we are. How does this content perform? It can be a sensitive subject, but when nobody is reading it, can you call it signature journalism? And also a sensitive subject, are our best journalism working on our signature domains? Or is it not like that? Is it just the best journalists are working on what they want to work on, and not where our signature journalism lives. And then, of course, what do we have to change? This is how a week like this looks like. And again, this is my colleague who is managing this. But this is how we find where we are really distinctive in the journalism area. Second, our trusted brands. Our brands are who we are, also reflecting our journalism when it's all connected. But also in that area, things are changing. Our brands are becoming more important, and I will tell you why. It has to do with this thing. It's a kitchen table. I think you recognized it. In the past ages, decades, even ages, we could count on the kitchen table to spread our brands, to connect our content to new audiences, because this was what was happening. Let's enjoy it for a moment. People are reading the newspaper, handing it over to the next generation, to the children, interacting with our content, interacting with our brands. But sorry, these times are over, because this is how the kitchen table looks like today. It's a mobile phone. There's no interaction between generations on this mobile device. Social media and podcasts, that's the place where we have to build the new relationships with our new audiences, because those are the new kitchen tables. That's where our content lives. That's where we have to be present. That's where we might be able to build a business model even. But that's not easy, because this is how that kitchen table looks like. All these individual creators, all these funny cats, all these personalities are screaming for attention. It's not a quiet kitchen table like probably yours on the Saturday morning. It's a very, very busy kitchen table. So that's why we have to invest again in our brand. Why we have to rebuild the capability of branding. I think for a long time, it felt like branding was one of the capabilities of fast-moving consumer goods. They did branding, and we did, well, some kind of content promotion maybe, and we did a campaign once a year, and then but it's something else than that. We should take it much more seriously than in the past, because this is how it looks like at this new kitchen table. So we have to invest in brand, because it's the one thing that makes us distinctive also in this very crowded space. The last pillar, customer value. We have something unique. We have a relationship. I once wrote a book called The Relationship Economy. We have a relationship with our customers which goes back like not for 10 seconds, but for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. And we can build on that relationship. We can increase the value for our customers. It's something special. Most creators don't have that. AI agents definitely don't have it. We have this relationship with our customers, and we can increase the value of that relationship. How do we do that? Well, we built this framework to build the essential subscription, a unique, integrated experience for our subscribers, worth a lot, increasing the value for our subscribers, but also building the possibility to ask more for our subscriptions in the future. It starts, of course, again, I start repeating myself, with our journalism, signature journalism. That's the core, it will always stay the core. On top of that, we do that also for some time. We offer service journalism, guiding people through life, not only informing, but also guiding. Do I have to invest in solar panels? Or which movie do I have to watch in this week? Or I don't know, I'm going through a hard situation in my life. What did other people, did they act in this situation? How do I sleep better? That kind of stuff. We do that for some time. What's new is that we are connecting it with new services. We are building new services, new subscriptions on top of our core subscription to increase the value and to enable people to do something with the content they consume. So you read something about a hiking or biking trail, but you can't do anything with it, right? You read something about a book, you can't read the book directly. Well, puzzles, you can do something with it, but in a digital area, we were not really strong at it, so we invested in that as well. You read a lot about, I don't know, AI, about writing, about name it, from specialists in their field, very highly educated journalists, but you couldn't start doing something with it. Well, now you can. This is how we do it. We tailor it to the brand because, again, it's signature, it's on brand, it fits to the brand, so it's different for each brand of media house. We have 30+ brands, so that's quite a journey. But to take the example of NRC, one of our premium brands in the Netherlands, we bundled, it's basically a bundle. We added New York Times, we added The Economist, we added regional titles, we built brain games, build a new puzzle environment, and we offer, each month we offer an ebook for our subscribers. They can download it and they can read it, so they can really connect to the content. Another example, Het Belang van Limburg, one of our regional Belgium titles. We connected Route You because they are writing a lot about hiking and biking in their region, and Route You is a hiking and biking app we acquired. We connected national Belgian brands from our own media house. We also building a puzzle environment, but a slightly different puzzle environment because the audience is different. We also connected ebooks, but slightly different ebooks because the audience is different. And it seems to work out. It's still early days, but we have some results to share, always good on this kind of presentations. So ebooks, you can really download it, you can really do something. Maybe you read the review of the book and then you can really start reading it yourself. It's one book per month, you can download it, you can own it on your own device, you can read it on your own device. Over 30% of subscribers at least downloaded one book. I think we are a bit higher at this moment even. 86% of those people says it adds value to their subscription. That's why we did it, right? Build engagement, create value. And we see among ebook downloaders over 50% lower churn. Of course, this is always a chicken-egg question, but the correlation is very, very strong with the lower churn. Another example, Route You, I already mentioned, we acquired this company. It's like Komoot and a little bit like Komoot, you might know. It's a premium hiking and biking app. It's a direct connection with the editorial content. You read something about a hiking or biking trail, but you can really start walking and start biking. It's a Belgian brand, so we started in Belgium, and we have an over 30% activation rate already. 82% of the subscribers who are using it says it adds value to their subscription. And again, we see a lower churn among the Route You users. Strong correlation with lower churn. So it seems to work to build a unique experience, an integrated experience in that framework of the essential subscription and increase value for our subscribers. So to summarize, we are focusing on signature journalism, we're focusing on our brands, and we're focusing on customer value. And that's how we think we can build a sustainable business model in this new era where AI and creators are reshaping the media industry again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias, for this very complex, this way, please. Yes, for this very complex case study. I will invite you later for the conversation, okay? And now it is my pleasure to invite on our stage Coralie Franken, who became the CEO of Le Soir not very long time ago, and one of her first moves was a big bet to raise prices and around a new product. So let's hear your case.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to the WAN-IFRA team for the invitation, as well as for the whole organization. Let me start with a few words about Salle. Salle is a 100% family-owned media group since its foundation in 1897. We are based in Brussels, and we are built on two principles, and that remain central for us today: editorial independence and financial independence. It's a leading news media group in French-speaking Belgium, with a stronger presence in France as well, northern France, but also a national brand that is 20 Minutes here in France. Salle is also about to enter a new phase with the proposed merger with IPM, another French-speaking group in Belgium, owning daily news brands and weeklies, which is currently under review by the Belgian Competition Authority. Regarding Le Soir, which I have the pleasure to oversee, Le Soir is Salle flagship premium news brand. So everything started with Le Soir in 1997 and remains today the leading quality newspaper in Belgium, with a reach of 100,000 daily readers and around 175,000 subscribers. We are very well known for our politics coverage, social issues coverage, and we are investing a lot in investigative journalism. But beyond the scale, what matters most to us is the relationship with community of readers. Le Soir is a strong multi-platform brand. We do have Le Soir, but we have also other brands. And our challenge now, like basically everyone in the room, is to turn that reach into deeper habits, stronger loyalty and more value, both, and that's really important to us in real life and through digital support. So we decided to revamp our strategy 18 months ago. Within Le Soir division, we have a daily, Le Soir. We also have weekly and digital-only websites like Cultural Agenda, cinema and streaming specialized websites. It's a fully fledged ecosystem, but one that isn't perceived as well by our audiences. So today, our readers see split brands with very shy links between them, but with no consistency. So we wanted to clarify the value proposition. We wanted to clarify the editorial premise and bring everything together in just one place under Le Soir brand within a much clearer brand architecture. So we're currently working on it through rebranding and the integration to the mobile app. But also working on the business model. So basically, a part of those brands were ad-supported, 100% ad-supported, and we are shifting from this strategy to freemium everywhere strategy. Last year, we lost 14% on advertising revenue, and that led us to shift very quickly to that strategy we are working on right now. So the ultimate goal is to increase the value of being registered to find everything in just one place. Also, we are working on the rebranding, so that's a huge year. 2026 is our year because we have a lot of open projects, and the final destination is the destination. It's becoming a go-to habit for our readers several times a day. We are working on it within a strategic framework that we call in French AFAA, in English ALAA, which is app, loyalty, acquisition, audiences, in that order. That is really important. Behind this acronym, there are three very practical convictions. First, no surprise, habit matters more than ever, and habit has to be built in environments that we control better. Second, we believe the app is our strongest loyalty lever. And third, we want subscription growth to come more from value and engagement than from aggressive discounting. And that's the big shift we are operating right now. So that means we are deliberately putting more focus on loyalty and a bit less on acquisition volume for its own sake. So coming back to the app, why is it central? Beyond real-life events where we can truly connect with our communities, which we are doing a lot, actually. If we want to create a direct connection with our readers, and if we want to build this habit, we believe the app is where it has to happen. And there is an emergency to increase our direct relationship with them, but also a tech reason sometimes for this, because we want to avoid future, big bang revamp on the website and big bang revamp of the mobile application. So the idea is to work on a new tech that will allow us to improve the product on a more regular basis in a more continuous way. So there is also IT reasons behind these shows. And obviously the goal is not simply to have a nicer app or a more beautiful app. The goal is to make Le Soir more of a destination. It's, I think it's the buzzword of this Congress. Something people come back to several times a day, and that is very important, whether they have 5 minutes or 20 minutes, whether they want to be informed, understand a complex topic, play, or relax, and Mathis said so just a few minutes ago, so it looks like we are taking the same direction. The new app, which we will launch in a few months, is designed to improve both experience and value. What you are seeing on the screen is not final at all, because there is the rebranding is not integrated yet within the mobile application. Also, I have maybe competitors in the room, so we are quite cautious with this. But the product vision behind it is really clear: more immersive, more editorialized, less scroll, basically, more premium and better adapted to real context in which readers consume news. So basically, sometimes you have 5 minutes and you are in the subway, and sometimes you have 20 minutes because you are at home and you have time, or sometimes you are cooking and you want to listen to something. So we really want to be there in the micro moments that people have on their daily life. So it's no longer a scroll-first app. It's just dive into app, if I may say. And if you want to save something or move quickly through a summary, you have this. So this is just not, it's not just a redesign. It's really about modernizing the experience and increasing both the real value and the perceived value of the subscription. At the same time, we are working on something that is really hard. We are confident with what we are doing with the mobile application. We are a little bit less confident with what we are doing with the pricing strategy, if I'm being honest, because we are taking some risk. So we are changing the philosophy behind pricing. So the idea is that we would rather build fewer but healthier subscriber relationships than maximizing acquisition volume at any cost. So we are putting retention first, and we want to reward loyalty more than short-term opportunistic entry. That means less effort on people who come in for something like 1 month, maybe 2 months, and leave immediately, and more effort on people who are more likely to stay. In practical terms, we are narrowing the funnel earlier in the journey. So a key part of this strategy actually happens before the paywall. So today, Le Soir has around 1.21 million registered users, which is quite high because we have a little market of around 4 million French-speaking people. And more than 1/3 of them are highly qualified, meaning that we have a strong key first-party data that we need to work with very intelligently. And from that pool, we do not stimulate subscription broadly. We focus only on the most engaged users. In practice, that narrows the target to around, I would say, 100,000 highly engaged logged-in users who are not subscribers yet. It can seem very narrow. That's often the comment that I receive. But if we do manage to convert around 10% of them on a yearly basis, I think this is a win. So instead of using, a bazooka to hit a fly, which is always tempting but rarely efficient, we try to focus our efforts where conversion is more likely and much more sustainable. So we made some change on the paywall. It's quite recent. So on the paywall itself, we moved away from the ultra-low 1 hour per month, and then we went to €1 per week. And afterwards, we even tested going directly to full price from day one for 3 months. During 3 months, we did that test. And that gave us a very useful answer. It was too severe. So now we are testing a more balanced approach. We are currently running an A/B test between €1.25 per week for 1 month and €5 for the first month. And at this stage, the first month for €5 is slightly ahead, but it's still a little bit early to say that we have found the answer for the next 12 months, especially as we are looking to implement dynamic pricing based on engagement in the next 12 to 18 months. We've also changed the offer mix itself, so we are now focusing more on premium weekends, which is basically the very premium digital offer with the print edition delivered at your home on Saturdays. We're also focusing on the premium duo, so premium experience on digital with 2 access, and soon on a fully digital family offer that is digital only. At the same time, we took a bet. We made our entry level, so the very cheap offer, the start offer, much less visible. It was a bet, and that clearly had an impact on acquisition volume, no surprise. So we will rebalance that a little bit and give the start subscription slightly more visibility again. But the main direction remains unchanged. Even when we rebalance, we want to encourage longer commitment, especially 1 year and 2 year commitment. So this is an important change in the architecture of the pricing itself. So basically, we made the no commitment option deliberately much more expensive, which is very risky, while making 1 year and 2 year plans much more attractive. That is a very intentional choice, sorry. If we say we want more loyalty and more durable subscriber relationship, then we believe that the pricing architecture has to support that ambition from the very beginning of the relationship with our readers. So pricing is not just a conversion tool to us, it's also a way to signal the kind of relationship we want to build with subscribers. So, first signals after 6 weeks. Good news. So basically, 61% of subscribers selected the 2 year commitment offer. This is huge. And even better, 78% of acquisition came from commitment-based offers, so 2 year plan and 1 year plan, demonstrating some kind of appeal for long-term subscription plans. So to explain it once again, the price for no engagement subscription is kind of prohibitive, and the commitment is much more attractive. But also what we are doing right now, it's in French in the screenshot, we don't want to use the discount with a very high percentage strategy anymore. So basically no more 50% discount, no more 20%, but 6 months offered, 3 months offered, because we think that there is something that is much more valuable valuable for our product. We are producing a very qualitative journalism on a daily basis that shouldn't be discounted, but maybe offered as a gift. So, if I had to summarize everything in 4 sentences, it would be this: less discount, less scroll, more habit, more value. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Coralie. I must say I'm speechless. Thank you for sharing your thought process. And I have so many questions to you, but let us have like another case, another impressive case from Flavia from Le Monde. Last year, at last year's Congress, we sat down with Flavia at a panel about digital subscriptions, and at that time she was sharing the first results of their impressive project of a thing they call capping, and now we're gonna get updates on the project and where it's heading. So, over to you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for coming to our panel. So I would talk about like the capping solution we made in-house, but just for a quick introduction for people who don't know us. So Le Monde, it's an accurate and verified balance information on a daily basis from more over like 80 years. It's available in every region in France and worldwide. It's also like we're very proud, like a newsroom of 570 journalists reporting from over 50 countries. And over the past 15 years, we nearly double our editorial team. It's also a massive audience. We also saw a record month in March driven by the French municipal election and also the outbreak of the Iran and Middle East conflict. And we also have a leading presence on the art market. And we also have like a portfolio of 700,000 paying subscribers, so it makes us the #1 French language general interest newspaper in subscription. By the end of 2025, Le Monde reached a milestone of more than 600,000 digital subscribers. So it represents now almost 90% of our total subscriber base. And so Le Monde has secured its position as a leader in the French digital subscription market, and we are right now holding a 35% share of all digital subscription in the country. So digital subscription are experiencing consistent growth, and it's also paired with 12% in digital subscription revenue throughout 2025. So today, I will present how Le Monde tackles the issue of account sharing over the years through transforming fraud prevention into a powerful lever of revenue for B2C and B2B subscription. But before diving into this topic of account sharing, I need to tell you how we started with that. So over the years, we have pretty rethought like our pricing strategy multiple times to determine which offer or offers will drive long-term revenue and user loyalty, so including the introduction of new pricing tiers on our digital offers. So why is this pricing were pretty interesting? Because it helped us recruit like more effectively. They had a really bad impact on our retention and cannibalized our most profitable subscribers, and therefore generating a pretty like significant loss in revenue. So with this in mind, we had to think of distinct like offers that respond to different like user profile and levels of price sensitivity, and each offer needs to really be designed with a specific value proposition and benefits attached. So to ensure that, it was really crucial for us to recognize all the different obstacles we were like facing. So we identified fraud as a big source of potential like revenue loss. But for a while, we didn't really know exactly how large fraud was at Le Monde. So we did like kind of a preliminary assessment that revealed like the ugly truth. It was like 26% of our accounts that were shared like amongst multiple individuals. So it was way more than we expected. And because at the time we liked all like multi-user subscription plan, there was like no formal framework to manage or address this behavior. So we realized that we had to block fraudulent activities and convert into legitimate subscription. So before launching multi-account offers, we needed like the right safeguards to prevent those kind of activities and find the right tool. So we searched for a while, and actually we find no such tool on the market, like matching our needs, because available solutions often demanding overly complex integration, like technical integration, so with our authentication system or even like suffers from inaccuracy. For example, like monitoring like devices over a weekly period resulted in excessive like false positives. That's something that we didn't really want. So because we had like a pretty track record with creating like SaaS solution, we actually have like a CMS like service and also forecast like a data analysis tool. Like we decided to build our own, and that's how like Capping was born like in 2020. So to explain you how it works, it's like basically pretty similar to Spotify. So it's really smooth and like simple, like technically. So based on like prevention of abusive account sharing, and so like the model is like really it blocks simultaneous articles like access across like multiple devices on a single subscription account through the display of a pop-up that you can see on the screen, and it's available both on app and web environments. And something also like you can determine the level of tolerance, so you adjust the capping rules based on your specific expectation and how much flexibility you want to grant to your users. We also have attached a personal dashboard to monitor usage by tracking performance in real time and identify like the most significant fraudster that provides you with the necessary insight to drive strategic decision making and implement targeted action. Like for example, also we do a lot of campaigns with the customer service team, but also email campaigns on B2C and B2B side. And then you also can personalize like your journeys, so by adapting messages like to align with particular like use case and strategic goals. So for example, a recent example of this, like on our side, was a differentiation of our B2B and B2C segments with different like user experiences, and it helps us like to improve like readers like understanding, have a better impact on short-term and long-term revenue. Then, so our main goal with this tool is really like to preserve like subscription revenue across all type of users. So if we go for the B2C, we just like added a lot of granularity with like new product features like personalized upsells or also forced logouts. This allows us to block abusive sharing intelligently while smoothly driving user like toward like plan upgrades. And while on the B2B side, we pretty enforce like account limits and focus on hidden pros detection, so to turn like unauthorized like business usage into new growth opportunities. But we also tackle the log bots. So for this one, it's pretty much about like securing our ecosystem by detecting scrappers and archivers to protect our content from automated scrapping and also unauthorized duplication. So in short, it's like really an approach that balances security and flexibility to maximize revenue. So some results for you. So as you may understand, like we implemented capping, so we led like this foundation of our actual subscription structure. So we launched multi-account subscription with additional benefits and higher prices back then, and it turned out to be like a really successful like B2C strategy for us, because we saw a significant growth in our duo and family plans since it launched. And as of now, like multi-account offers represent 40% of our overall portfolio. And also, it played a crucial role in increasing B2B subscription portfolio over the past few years and in doubling associated revenue. It's also due to a lot of capping being integrated into the daily operation of our B2B teams and to make like great campaigns, especially on email campaigns, and there have been like a lot of great results on this one. And as a whole, it results like with a continuously long-term increase in our ARPU. So we reach almost like 12 euros in April 2026. And our primary focus right now is like transition to on maximizing ARPU and digital margin rather than simply expanding the portfolio size. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, something pretty important, like one of our main concerns regarding the launch of the feature was like how our subscribers will react by seeing the display of the pop-in. So at first we received very little feedback in the first week, also because we did a rollout like gradually of the solution, but we kept an eye pretty closely on how users were responding by working closely with our customer service team and also adjusting our messages as needed. And today we still had like very few complaints, but also honestly, like if you are suspected like fraudster with like evidence, you generally refrain from like complaining. So we've seen that. Some of them tried, but like it didn't really work well for them. And so like now, something like we can say is that the tool proved pretty valuable by enhancing our relationship with readers through offering greater like transparency and clarity. And so it improved massively our user experience. And also we kind of tapped into growth potential and preventing review leakage. So quickly, today, well, like fraud's like still there. We've seen on the B2C side that 60% of our subscribers still attempt and fail to fraud every month. 4% of new subscribers' devices are generated through capping. And on the B2B side, the situation is pretty similar, like 20% of subscribers like still attempt to fraud and fail to every month. And thanks to what I was saying earlier, but like our continuous monitoring and targeted email campaigns, we generate like approximately 100,000 euros in additional annual revenue. And it's also something we can, I think it's a shared challenge across the media industry because we observe the same tendency across some of our clients, and with an average of 13% of subscribers still trying and failing to fraud every month. So to conclude, we had like pretty positive benefits on our behalf with our solution. So we extend the solution to all the titles within Le Groupe Le Monde and Le Nouvel Obs, and it's also like now proven strategy adopted by like leading media brands all over the place. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I know some of us, you may be in a hurry, but we will still try to stay for 10 minutes longer to have at least a short discussion. The thing with Congress is that it makes you really impatient because you get inspired and want to get back to work as fast as possible, and you make it seem like it's an easy job. So I'll start with like a general question. It's part futurology and part strategy. What do you wish will happen like in 5 years' time with your business model? Because like it's apparent that you're trying to address new challenges right now. 2030, let's say 2030.
What I wish to happen till 2030. Well, I wish to happen that now.
The split of revenue.
Well, I hope that we can. I think the most important thing is that we have to keep on growing in digital subscriptions. That's the basic. That's the core of our business model. It will still be the core of our business model in 2030, but it's challenged at this moment. So what I hope is what will happen is that we can also find new business besides of that, and might be on off platforms, on other platforms, might be also other revenue streams, because we believe there will be a strong business model in journalism, and I think it's the core for Media House, for all our brands. But we can't be certain at this moment. So much is changing at the same moment, so we have to spread our chances and build new models besides. Yeah.
Thanks, Coralie. You just started your term. at the company in this position, how do you imagine 2030?
2030, much more direct relationship with the reader. I think it's really the key. That is something I didn't talk about during the presentation, but we are really investing in real life relationship with our communities, and we do see lower churns among these groups of people. So I think this is something we need to work on hardly. And also, yeah, subscriptions, because advertising revenues, it's not doing great. Belgium especially is a very tiny market, so it's even more difficult. So we need to be in charge of what we are doing right now. So yes, communities and more subscription revenues.
Yep. And what is your thought process, and what do you expect to happen at Le Monde?
So I think for us, the first big milestone will be happening in 2027, because digital subscription will normally fully cover all the editorial costs. So it's pretty major for media like Le Monde. I think we also want our digital revenue to still be more important into our revenue mix. Something really important we're working on, but to diversify more and more our editorial content, and especially with the audio and video being more important into our content, into our formats. So we really think it will drive more subscription revenue by the time, and also something pretty more. It's more an hypothesis, but we have some big partnerships with IA companies, and so we hope that they will have bring more consistent and revenue over the time. And also with the advertising still pretty fragile right now, we really want to keep these healthy revenue streams mix. So we want to find a kind of way to balance every stream we have into our portfolio.
Okay, thank you. The conference is for you, the participants. So I have a long list of questions, but I would be happy to take some questions from the room. Yes? Yeah. You can take this one.
Okay, just one question.
Hi, thank you. I think it was very enlightening. Quickly, can you talk about your acquisition strategy? How do you acquire new subscribers? Is that mostly through Google, Facebook advertising, or is there any other way to acquire new digital subscriber?
Question for each of you?
Anyone, whoever wants to.
Anyone who wants to jump in, yeah? Okay, so I'll go first. Google and Facebook are not our main drivers, so legacy, I would say, media plan are the first way to acquire new subscribers, but also we try to work on our existing audiences. That was the funnel that I displayed in one of my slides. So basically to address the existing readers who come to our websites or to our mobile application without paying yet. So they are being reading free content basically, and we are working on those readers who are really engaged. So basically this is the main driver of subscription right now.
For us, we mainly want to drive acquisitions through our direct offers, where and not into the in-app, even if we have in-app offers on the stores. But we really want to have direct one, and we also trying to diversify our offers with for example new partnerships. Including exclusive benefits. So we have one with Spotify. We also have a bundle with HBO Max. It helps us reach new audiences, especially younger audiences. And we also have a partnership with the New York Times, but it's mostly for upgrading our existing subscribers, because we think we have a really good potential on our existing subscribers that have a big loyalty. So we also working on those existing portfolios.
Matthias?
Yeah, well, it's a very broad question, but of course we are on our own platforms. We have many websites on our own platforms. We're implementing smart payables, so algorithm-driven payables to improve the conversion funnel on our own platforms, of course. Also looking at device capping, because device capping can be a growth driver. Higher in the funnel, I would say we see a shift. We invest more in branding and also more in, it's an ugly word, with content marketing, spreading our content to other platforms, because discovery is moving to other platforms. So we're getting more active in that, and then try to people also to nudge them onto our own platforms to play the game there with registration, with smart payables, zero conversion optimization over there, smart pricing, well, all of the above actually. Google, I would say, is not our main concern at this moment, no.
If I can add something, we also have a strong, because we were talking about partnerships, we have a strong partnership with a telecommunication company in Belgium, and Le Soir subscription is included in the premium packages of this telecommunication, and we also have free subscription for students in Belgium that is partially funded by us, but also by a huge bank in Belgium, and we are paid for that. So that's also a way to acquire new audiences.
Yeah, as I said, perfect playbook. We've got a question there. Yes?
Hello, thank you. It's Connor from the Irish Times. Thank you for the presentation. This is a question in particular for Coralie. The market context in which you are focusing on value and retention, do you feel that Belgium is a very mature subscription market and that acquisition is becoming more difficult and there isn't much acquisition growth? And I suppose the same question to the other people too, but really it's about the context in which you are doing these things.
I wouldn't say mature, because the estimation is that around 15% of people in Belgium are paying for a subscription, but I think it's less in the French-speaking part, and it's because of reason there is a high density of competition in the south of Belgium. That's first, and the second is the public service broadcaster, the public broadcaster, sorry, is also producing a lot of written content, which it's not really allowed to, but it's still the case. So it's kind of a hard competition on us. So I wouldn't say mature, because I think we can grow more, but we need to add more value to our subscription, and also we need to I would say, fight the public service on the written part of their production.
Anybody else? That would be our last question. Yep. Okay, that was excellent.
Thank
so
you.
make sure to find our amazing speakers somewhere in between the sessions. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Danuta, and everybody. So the next session here is about advertising. Yes, this morning it's solid on revenue. So we meet back at 10:30.
Thank you.
Can we say we start
5 past?
5 past because
Yeah. You want me to hold on? Yeah, of course. I was taking your briefing about it, which is at the same time. Testing, testing. I think we're just about ready to get going. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm going to jump in. Good morning, first of all. I'm Danny Spears. I'm Chief Operating Officer at Ozone, and it's great to be back amongst the WAN-IFRA community. So thank you for the very, very kind invite. My background is publishing. I spent the largest part of my career at The Guardian before moving to Ozone when we launched 8 years ago. And so when I talk about the structural pressures facing the publishing industry, I do so with almost 20 years of first-hand experience. And from all of my time with this community before, I know this is a group that's bound by a shared belief. And that belief is this, that publishers create incredible value. Now, the economic question is always whether we will retain that value or whether instead it will end up in the pockets of others. And that's the thread that will run through everything I want to cover today. Now, Ozone was founded in 2018 by 4 of the UK's largest publishers. The founding thesis was really simple. Quality publishers are stronger together. And that was against the backdrop of a technology ecosystem which has been constructed to systematically extract value from the publishing industry, and which is a problem that's too large for any individual publisher to tackle alone. Now, 8 years later, and we operate a sophisticated platform business, which is underpinned by proprietary technology, and we call that our Audience Connection Platform. And in essence, it allows advertisers to leverage publishers' first-party assets, so that includes audience segmentations and identity, at scale through a single buying point. And for years, we've obsessed on making it as easy as possible for marketers to invest at scale into journalism. And critically, on the publisher side of that equation, publishers are rewarded for their contribution of both inventory and data assets, whilst retaining full control of the underlying first-party audience. Now, we call the benefit that this delivers to marketers the connection advantage. And that's about combining scaled audience data with rich creative execution in premium high engagement environments. And that delivers a measurable improvement in return on investment versus other platform alternatives. Now, 8 years in, we're very proud to have built relationships with 75 of the largest, most prestigious media companies around the world, from The Guardian to The Wall Street Journal, from The Washington Post to People Inc., from Deutsche Welle to the BBC, through to Warner Brothers. Now, the UK is where we started, but the US is now by far our largest market. And we're also rapidly expanding into Europe. So here in France, we're partnered with the likes of Le Figaro and Lagardère, amongst others. Now, today we number 140 people. More than half of those are in product engineering and data roles. And this is really important because Ozone is more than just a sales organisation. We're a credible technology organisation with deep expertise. But this morning, I'm not here to sell you Ozone. I'm here because what we've learnt in the ad market is directly relevant to what's coming at us all next. Now, the structural problem we were founded to address in the ads market looks like this. The publisher invests in journalism, the journalism builds audience, those audiences generate attention, and a byproduct of which is incredibly valuable data. It's first party, it's consented, it's contextually rich. And then most of that value gets given away. Now, this is a view of my data being collected by hundreds of third parties when I load a single page of a leading global publisher website. Now, I'm not suggesting it's malicious on the part of ad tech, but it is structural. Technology is extracting value from the publishing industry where it should be an enabler. Now, this slide says it more clearly at operational level. In the old model, the publisher is a raw ingredient supplier. And what I mean by that is we're passing unbundled assets into the supply chain. So things like ID, contextual data, are being passed into the advertising supply chain. And as a result of that, packaging and distribution is controlled by the technology layer that sits between publishers and the buyer. And Ozone's focus has been on helping publishers restore control in this supply chain as a means to retain more value in the publishing ecosystem. Now, today, 8 years in, our technology is sophisticated, but the strategic consideration is really, really simple. And that's about publishers controlling distribution and determining where their product is sold by whom and where and under what terms. Now, let me tell you how this relates to AI. Now, the scraper economy is already worth billions of dollars. Here's just some of the businesses that are operating in the shadows, including at least one household name. Now, we've spent time mapping this entire ecosystem to understand the business models that are at play, the products that are being taken to market, and the value proposition that they are taking to buyers. And the fact is that the AI companies and the scraper economy that has built itself around them are fueled by unlicensed publisher content. Now, it's very similar in shape to the advertising issue. Publishers create value over here, but that value is being realized by third parties over here. And this is really a story of margin reallocation. And we believe that if left unchecked, the disconnect risks breaking the business model attached to journalism and content creation. So it's against this backdrop that we've recently launched Ozone Labs. This is our research and innovation vehicle for exactly these types of big problems. And it deliberately sits outside of our core business. And we've done that because these questions are too early for product development, but also too consequential for us to ignore as an industry. Now, underneath Ozone Labs, we have a series of programs which include near-term experiments that drive rapid innovation. A good example of this are the hack days that we run with individual marketers and publishers. And then we have longer-term experiments that are focused on where the industry needs to go. And critically, these findings are published. Our focus is on moving the industry. Now, today I'm going to talk about just two areas of that program. The first is around ad automation. The second is around LLMs and publisher IP. So I'll take these in order. So first off, I want a quick show of hands. Who's heard of AdCP, Ads Context Protocol? We've got a pocket over here and a few others elsewhere around the room. Of that group, it's quite a small sample of the total room. Who believes that AdCP will be positive for publishers? Okay, that's probably about half of that initial group. And then hands up again, this is getting to very small sample size, if you're actively building or integrating in this space. Okay, one. We're down to one. So let's do just a quick spin through of what AdCP is, and also we'll share some thoughts on it. So AdCP, in simple terms, is an emerging framework that might just change how digital advertising works at its foundations. Now, in blunt terms, programmatic advertising today is essentially blind. Buyers spray bids into the dark based upon the presence of user IDs. Meanwhile, publishers have little control over who has access to their inventory, under what terms, and at what price. And this is because both buyer and publisher have outsourced decisions to intermediary technology and the algorithms that exist there. And that's kind of that's been based upon trust. And I think we've seen many, many times over that trust has been misplaced. Now, AdCP could change that flow in that it encourages more direct one-to-one interactions between buyer and seller, albeit via an agent. And it works. It starts with the buyer agent sending a brief directly to the publisher, and that will happen in natural language. And that brief will probably outline target audiences, geographical requirements, and budget. Now, the publisher agent can respond with product packages that are designed to answer that brief with their view of audiences, their audience bundles, their own pricing schema, and also avails volumes. And so, in the spirit of experimentation, in this new kind of emerging space, we've built our first seller agents, we're live with our first few text campaigns, and I can show you very quickly kind of what this looks like in practice. And you'll see the front end looks intuitive. It's essentially a chatbot interface. This you can build in a matter of hours these days. The real complexity lies in how it integrates into your systems and your business processes on the back end. So that's where there's a slightly bigger lift. Now, from an Ozone perspective, behind the scenes on our side, our data engineering team have spent the last 18 months or so reorganizing our data foundations specifically to enable this type of agentic execution. Now, as you see here, the buyer can kind of explore what the publisher has to offer, and can ultimately go all the way through to committing budget. So it's good from a workflow perspective. I think you get the gist. So the potential benefits are real. AdCP supports buyers' desire for control, for selectivity, for scale, But it also allows publishers to deliver differentiated packages. You can decide what you put in front, what you make available to the buyer, and not just supply raw ingredients, as is the case in the programmatic market. And so it could help rebuild more direct relationships between publishers and brands and help cut out intermediary layers. But we believe the risks are also equally real. There are no significant budgets in this space today, and the innovation narrative is being driven largely by ad tech, which is curious given the fact that AdCP could allow buyer and seller to transact without intermediaries. Now, if this feels familiar, I'd say trust your instincts, because we've been here before. It feels a lot like the advent of programmatic. And my concern is that without the right principles baked in, AdCP will simply recreate the same issues that we've spent the last 15 years trying to address, only with a new name and, of course, some new acronyms. And so I think the question that needs to be answered is whether automation will help protect publishers' direct businesses, or actually whether it will accelerate the decline and the commoditization. And I think that's what we need to kind of watch out for. Now, the structural parallels that have emerged with AI are uncomfortably close. LLMs and scraper businesses are fueled by publisher content. We spoke about that earlier. And as publisher IP has moved away from your pages, consumer attention, of course, then follows. And we know all about this, right, in that we're seeing traffic declines over the past couple of years as a result. Now, of course, some publishers have licensing deals in place, but even where a deal does exist, often there's no feedback loop. There's no telemetry to tell you who is using your content, for what purpose, or indeed what value is being created as a result. And so we're dealing with a situation of information asymmetry. And of course, these businesses have little incentive to share data with the publishing industry, because it would help you negotiate harder and challenge their margins, or indeed litigate. And as a result, business leaders across our industry are being asked to make big strategic decisions with very limited information. Now, this is precisely the dynamic that Ozone was founded to disrupt in advertising, and our response is the same. Don't wait for transparency, build for it. And so we've built an experiment platform that replicates the workflow from user prompt through to publisher content retrieval, back up to model response. This too looks a lot like a chatbot, but it behaves more like a research instrument. And here's just a few examples of what it can do. Firstly, you've got scenario testing around different types of content structure, delivery methods, and holdout tests that can enable an individual publisher to understand their incremental value to a model response. Second, you've got query analytics. Now, we're using RAG triad and ELO scoring methodologies to measure what content is being used by the models, the quality of their response to the consumer, and also their computational cost. And so we're starting to unpack their business model and their balance of answer quality with cost and margin. And thirdly, we've built automated testing necessary to scale this research and deliver robust conclusions. And this is built on a set of user prompts that are updated daily across 6 content categories and spanning hard news to celebrity gossip, from investigative journalism through to product reviews, and which we then point at each of the LLMs to benchmark their performance over time. Now, early findings are directional, but fairly consistent. One of the things that we're seeing is that publishers' metadata that's not available on the page for scraping creates incredible value and gives publishers that do work directly gives partners who do work directly with publishers on a permission basis a structural advantage over those who don't. And that, to me, feels like a very clear opportunity for value exchange. So to summarize, on AI, the technology is different to that we saw in the advertising market. The scale and the speed of extraction are orders of magnitude larger. But that underlying dynamic, that of value being extracted from publishers under a cloak of opacity, well, we've definitely seen that before. And it feels fairly clear that this is just a new front, albeit a significant one, in a battle that publishers have been fighting with major technologies for the past 2 decades. As I said, Ozone's answer is the same. When faced with data asymmetry, we need to break open the black box. We need to build tools that allow publishers to address information asymmetry. And always we will be vocal in calling out the need for publishers to move together, because industry-level challenges are just too big to be tackled alone. And so, as our industry is at a crossroads moment, we're faced with both huge opportunity on one hand and huge jeopardy on the other. And it feels like the position that we take as business leaders now, or indeed fail to take if we don't act, will determine the future of our industry. Thank you. And I'm going to hand over to Lynn and Antoine from 366.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here with you today. Thanks for having us. I'm Lynn Gasparini. I'm in charge of 366. You can say 366, 366, 366, whatever. It's the same. Okay, so to begin with, the key question everybody is trying to answer today is how to win and thrive in the platform era. And today, I would like to share the story of a collective bet, the creation of a very unique, a national sales house, unique in Europe, 366. Let me briefly explain you what 366 is. We're very simply an alliance of all French regional publishers, daily news publishers. We are quite a young company. We were born 12 years ago. And the good and extremely good decision made by our publishers was to join forces to gain scale in the national market. In other words, they decided to build a unified one-stop shop. And even more important, because of this, we had the means to build and structure a very powerful national media, deeply rooted in local audiences. And today, you have to know that this media is the most trusted media in France. What makes 366 very unique is its governance. We are a private, publisher-only owned company. What's quite unique also is that all these publishers are not competitors. They operate their different territories, and so it's different in the collective governance. And very important, they're very much directly involved in our strategic decisions from the ground up. This ensures for every day a full alignment with their own interest and allows us to act very collectively. Those figures might be surprising for you, but France is a very, very regional-oriented media market. It's historically. Regional newspapers are very, very powerful. For example, concerning print, we have around 2.5 million copies every day print. It's 5 times more than national dailies. And it's the same with digital audiences. They follow the same trend. We'll see it a little further. But we are the first digital national sales company in France. We have the leadership. So what really matters here is the scale at a national level. And to take a step back, well, no surprise with this slide, like in many countries in France, advertising market has changed drastically those last years, and it's even going faster. Digital is growing fast. It's very concentrated with platforms having all the revenue, the growth, and the market share. And in such an environment, what is clear to us is that the publishers, all our publishers must create value. And this is exactly the reason and why 366 comes into play. In this context, we outperformed a lot, and those different figures might explain this or show this. We generate a strong whole revenue. We generate a strong revenue per national sale. We have a relatively, not enough of course, we always say, low sales commission, and we have a real investment capacity for our publishers. That's very important. And also very important, and this is historically, the print activity has allowed us to invest in the development of the digital strategy. And that allows 366 for our publishers to take a long-term view and to keep investing for them and to follow the transformation of the market. And despite a very challenging environment, we have delivered strong growth over the past 10 years. Of course, and we're not the only one, we need to have an innovative mindset, and this is part of the answer. But I would also say that the major reason can be summarized in two strong convictions from the beginning. We have to offer reach and simplicity to the market. And at 366, we do both. It's not just about scale, it's about how you build it through massive audience, easily accessible. And of course, efficiency is important, but reach and simplicity is the most. And to capture this growth, we have continuously adapted our model for our publishers. From a long list of offers, we have simplified solutions, from audience to qualified data, with an ambition to become the leading data hub in France, from advertising stories with our new brand creative studio specialized in storytelling, from media to influence. We have more than 6,000 local influencers everywhere in France, and from social, of course, to offer advertiser comprehensive strategy. So, what's our next chapter after 12 years? Today, when you look at advertisers and their media agencies' needs and expectations, you can summarize them in three things. That's what I said, massive reach, simplicity, efficiency. But most important, beyond that, lies an even bigger challenge, restoring value to journalism and quality content. So, what's next for us? Our answer is clear, and I'm very happy to ask Antoine to explain you our new platform connecting all our clients and everybody to French audiences.
Thank you, Lynn. Hello, everybody. I'm Antoine. I'm Innovation and Technology Director. So I'm also the father of Claire, our platform that's connecting to French audiences. So I will launch a small video to present it. So now let's dive into the core of our platform, Claire, our independent platform designed completely around data. So the goal of Claire is straightforward, to unify, simplify, and optimize advertising campaign through 4K strategic pillars. So the first one is insights. Claire provides deep market and behavioral data to help build an audience planning strategies. Next is targeting. The platform features advanced advertiser and agency audience recognition, ensuring message reaches the exact right audience at the right time. The third pillar, which is the real game changer, is activation. Claire is the first platform to digitalize print buying along digital channels. We are breaking down the silos between physical and online media to offer a seamless and unified activation. And finally, the reporting to measure your success. The platform features automated campaign reports, providing with full transparency, clear performance metrics, and valuable time savings. Let's take a closer look to the current advertising market reality. Today, when an advertiser invests about 100 euro, the observation is clear. Between DSPs, SSPs, data, and measurement tool, up to 65% of the initial investment vanishes into this tech tax, leaving a mere 35% in net value. And here is completely what we change on the ground. By streamlining this tech supply chain, Claire reshapes the ecosystem, directly benefit to the media landscape. We successfully restore the publisher revenue share up to 63% compared just to 35% previously. For publisher, this means a massive upgraded revenue streams. For advertisers, it guaranteed peak competitiveness that no longer found the opaque tech plumbing, but directly drive premium editorial context and genuine audience attention. To make this value proposition actionable, we need a platform that is radically open and easy to access. So we have designed it Claire to be natively designed to adapt the diverse players on our market, offering two distinct modes of accessibilities. The first one is an open platform in self-procurement. This is particularly oriented for tails and middle-sized media agencies. For this player, it's immediate, seamless, and allowing them to manage their buying autonomously. And it's flexible also because we integrate some practical feature like credit card payment. On the other hand, Class delivers a full interconnection with major agency systems. So as you can see on the screen, we bridged directly into the market-linking agencies ecosystem, including Avast Converge, WPP Open Pro, Dentsu Audiences, Omni of Omnicom Media, and Publicis Connected Media.
Okay, I'm back. The big thing is that reclaiming sovereignty means being able to compete with Google and Meta, and not only on content, but also on technology and buying experience. It requires constant investment, very important investment in ad tech, as well as the ability to adapt continuously, especially with AI, you all know that. So at the end, the key question is how big you are. And in this war, in this struggle, 366 has a real position in France. That's a couple of ranking concerning the position of 366 in France. And we have more than 11 unique visitors every day. We cover it, that's very important. Minimum of 50 to 70% of the population everywhere in France. We very rooted, our audiences are very rooted present. And 360, over the year, has become the France leading media sales house outside the global platform. That's very important to gain scale and to wait in this national market, which is very challenging. And that scales make Claire really credible and relevant. And to summarize, Antoine?
For us, everything has moved rapidly. Following a successfully launch in October 25, we had an intensive roadshow on agency during the winter, and the platform experiences a massive acceleration in the first half of 26. We are tracking more than 66% in this first half. So our milestone for this year is to reach 1 million, so I think we are on the good direction. And our roadmap for the second period is on two major strategic goals. First, expanding our footprint on the SMB market, so it's one of main focus for Claire. And the second one is opening Claire to external publisher beyond our ecosystem, our native ecosystem, to strengthen the model for high-quality journalism. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. After this presentation, we're going to see from the media agency side. So I'm Florence Lelibou, CSR Director for Publicis Media France. 17%. Only 17% in general audience make a link between advertising and media pluralism. And if you look at the media professionals, it's only 44%. This is a huge danger for democracy. Because as you know, the media landscape has changed a lot in 25 years, and sometimes we kind of forget about it. It's not really visible for everybody. In media agency, of course, we don't have everything in our hands. We don't have the money, and we don't decide everything, but we have a huge influence on our clients, and we are at the center of the ecosystem. But in media agency, a lot of people don't realize what is going on. For example, you maybe know 65% of media advertising, advertising budget, are going to be led to big platforms by 2030. This is a huge study in France. Actually, it's already the case in 2026. But again, a lot of people in media agency are not really aware of that. Why? Because in 25 years, a lot of new jobs arrived, and sometimes in a media agency, you have 30 different jobs. So everything is very specific. You also have a lot of people, most of the people, who haven't known the world before smartphones or social networks. So for them, they don't really realize what is going on, the role of the press for human rights, for example. They don't realize 80% of French people are still listening to the radio every day. And everything is very fragmented, polarized, and again, too much specific. And it's the same for the clients. Most of the time, they are thinking about the audience, the short-term objective for the audience, and they forget, or they don't want to see, that this money is not only for audience, it's also to support media. So we are facing 3 threats. The first one is for citizens, because if we don't have media pluralism anymore, then citizens won't have verified information anymore. But it's also a danger for clients, because they will have less choice in their media planning and less choice for their brands. And we know media have values, so media planning is important when you're a brand. And it's a danger for brands because they are losing safe environments. So if you only think of short-term objective when you're a brand, it's a big danger for the sustainability of your business. This is why at Publicis Media we launched at the beginning of the year Media Citizen. We were used to have conferences on this subject, guests coming to explain what is going on, but again, it was always the same people coming to this kind of events. So we wanted to make it bigger. We were a few people very concerned by this subject. So we decided to build like a task force with different people from different jobs, buyers, consultants, CSR people. And we thought, okay, we need to go further and to think about a pragmatic and concrete initiative. So this is how we launch Media Citizen. We structure this initiative based on 3 pillars. The first one is about consulting mission for media brands. Again, media are not people from the brand world, and usually, maybe sometimes, marketing is still a bad word. So we want to help them to market themselves better and to be closer to the user experience we have with brands now. This is the first pillar. The second pillar is about specific media planning solution towards publisher, French editors. And the third one is about media literacy. Because you can do whatever you want. If people don't realize what is going on, what are the key issues, and how they can do something, nothing will happen. This third pillar is like a school of media, let's say. It's 4 master classes, 3 hours each, about all these subjects. History of media, to understand what a media is, how everything appears, what is the framework of journalism. Again, most of the people, they don't have this knowledge. The second one is about sociology of media, the role of media in society, how media influence opinion and cultural references and everything. But also the third one is about business models, because again, in 25 years, everything has changed, and we need to understand this key issue, because this is the basic of everything. To be independent, you need money, and advertising is a way to have money, and they need to understand that. And the third one is about AI and future of media with AI. And at the end of this fourth masterclass, we invite a journalist to come for a Q&A open session with the participants to explain how they do their job, what it is really to be a journalist, why it costs so much. And the objective of all that is to make them realize, okay, media pluralism is really one of the biggest key issue we have now, and how critical thinking is also a key issue. It's been 100 years Publicis help his clients to perform in different contexts. We are in a very chaotic context, and I think as a media agency, it's also one of our responsibilities to be aware of that and to help our clients to also be aware of that. So we're going to have these master classes also with clients next year, at the end of the year. First, we are focused on the employees, Publicis. So by the end of the year, we will have trained 1,400 people, and we really help. They're going to see the subject differently instead of being each of them in their specific experience. Thank you.
Testing. So, I might just have to project my voice momentarily whilst there we go, we're on. Thank you. So, I think Florence is going to join us back on stage. We're going to have hopefully a quick and lively conversation around some of the subject matter that we spoke about, perhaps some items that we didn't speak about as well. Florence, I'm going to start with you because you've been speaking last. I'm really interested in what this means from Publicis. Is this a good thing to be doing, or does it deliver you kind of strategic advantage over your competitors?
You mean from the client's perspective, or from the publisher perspective?
Well, I think from your own, I suppose maybe it's more aligned with the client's perspective, but what does this mean for Publicis, and how is value created?
It means we are not only about artificial intelligence, and we trust human intelligence. We invest in people, and I always begin the masterclass like this, because masterclass are always like 2 people giving the presentation, and it's always also a way to debate and comment together. And I always start like this. I said, if the company gives you 12 hours to be trained about media, this is because the company trusts the human intelligence and the role you will still have as an employee for the client. It's not only about tools and technology.
I think it's a fantastic initiative, and I say that having spent lots of time in the UK, lots of time in the US, seeing other kind of wholeco initiatives in the news space, and which feel kind of quite thin. They look like marketing plays compared to what you're doing. Is there something that, what is it that you think is driving success around Media Citizen that doesn't exist in other programs elsewhere?
We're going to launch a KPI framework, and I want to gather all these people working with me on this project later on in the year to see how it goes with media planning, initiatives. You know, the more responsible media planning initiative, to see if the teams are really concretely doing differently. Because most of the times they say, yeah, but this is, the client asked for that, so we do that. And we are like, okay, you have an influence, you can at least put the subject on the table. So we want to, to follow that. And for me, it will be a success if it goes on with different formats. We are talking about podcasts, for example, for onboarding people. We are talking about training the children of the employees. I'm also working with young people from university because I've been asked, so it will be a success if it goes beyond only the employees and only, of course, the clients.
The start of a movement, perhaps. Thank you, Florence. So, Lean, Antoine, I feel like we're sort of old friends who've just met since we kind of operate in a similar world, I think with similar motivations around the publishing ecosystem. I'm interested in your view of the French market, not an area I have expertise in. Tell me what are the business challenges that your publisher community is facing today, and how does that kind of transcend the advertising space?
Money. Clearly, definitely money. Well, what is going on today is a real technology power struggle, and the ability to invest is absolutely crucial to maintain publishers' independence. That's the main challenge for everyone. And so everything costs much more, like tools, licenses, everything. And that's precisely the reason we were created. They didn't expect that would be that strong, but that's the way we organize and that's the way we work for them. First of all, we invest collectively for them, so it's much more efficient. We stay competitive. We need to for them. We help them and they help us, but we mostly help them to be up to understand everything in technology, but also to be expert in many things. And very important for our publishers is sovereignty. I talked about this a few minutes ago, but we also always try, whenever we think about technology, about investing, about doing something, we need to find something French or European at least. It's not always easy. Sometimes it's quite impossible. Sometimes a French or European tech would be bought by an American company, but that's something very, very, very important for us. And in many times, or every time we can, we develop in-house solutions. That's how we build Claire, and that's allow also to reduce our dependence for third-party players. So it's the same for everyone, but money and independence.
Yeah, got it. And I suppose I'm mindful of our differences. I mean, we work with typically kind of national titles who continue to compete aggressively with one another. So we try to create a friendly environment for those folks to come together. I know that where you told me about the regional titles, the fact that they're less competitive, but they're wanting to access national budgets. I'm interested in kind of how your organisation becomes a vehicle for them to get at things and to tackle challenges that they can't get at individually.
Okay, well, actually that's our purpose, and it goes much more, far beyond the digital challenge, of course. No surprises, I'll tell you, and you know that, Florence, that advertisers and media agency don't have time anymore. Actually, they need to go straight to the point. They need time, they need productivity, they need efficiency. And so that's the reason why they're not able to call many publishers to whatever formats, whatever offers you have. It's kind of difficult. So they're looking for one-stop shop. That's what I explained a few minutes ago. And what really matters is time and productivity for you and for your advertiser. And that's what we deliver. Print, digital, in one-stop place. You have, it's very easy, combining print and digital or one or another. In 24 hours, we can organize, combine with all our publishers, with one invoice, with one automatization bilan. Everything is very simple. It's a simple contract. And that's something all publishers alone can't do on a national scale. That's the point. We are a national market. So that's the real value of our collaboration for me.
Yeah, removing friction.
Yeah.
Florence, I mean, it feels as though your efforts, the publishing industry can be a beneficiary of your efforts. I think, you know, everyone will feel very positive about that. But is there what can the publishing industry do more actively to engage, or in different words, what do you need from publishers to support your program and ensure it's a success?
Well, these kind of initiatives, because as Lynn said, people don't have time. So you have to make it easier for them, and also to work together, because if you think of a buyer day, you know, it has to deal with a lot of different strategies, different brands. It doesn't have the time to think about each media, and sometimes he doesn't even know the difference between two press media because he's too young or because he doesn't read press, you know. And you have so much media now, so many. So first point. And the second point, I would say to think more about the user experience, because I know it's sometimes a bit debate with publishers who say, yeah, we're not social networks. Yeah, of course you're not. But for the user, this is now the reference. So you have to think of a user experience to make it to help yourself when you're a publisher, I would say.
Good. Thank you. And Lino and Antoine, you know, we've talked about the value of publisher collaboration and, you know, the alliance. It's really easy, right? You know, there's never any challenges. There's never any bumps in the road. Could you talk a little bit more about, I suppose, the reality of having different publisher organizations collaborate? And I suppose there's probably a product and engineering dimension for Antoine, as there is kind of a more political dimension for Lean.
Okay, I will begin with, and Antoine, if you want to add something.
Oh.
It's not always easy. Let's be clear. It's not always easy for us. It's not always easy for our publishers, clearly. We've improved a lot. The good thing is it's our both interest. So we always try to make it easy. I think the key point is to have time and to have trust each other, and that takes time, definitely. And also, we have, and this is the condition of trust, we have to prove constantly that we grow the market together, that it's an incremental money that we bring them, and we don't take business from them. That's the most important. We're very complementary. And we have also our expertise, our investments. So I guess that's okay now. We can ask them. And also main point is, as I lead the company, is to consider sometimes you don't have a consensus. You don't always have it. The main point is to keep on having them aligned, a collective, and keep on moving, you know, it forward together. That's the main point.
Maybe one small word about it's very a lot of administrative tasks to have many publishers like this. So we are also automate a lot of tasks at 366, like automating billings and more integrating some AI tools to help us, our teams, to build a media plan, to answer agencies, etc. So And Claire also helps with this because it automates a lot of tasks.
Got it. Okay, so we're going to wrap up. One final question, and we're going to move very quickly here. A word or a phrase. What does the industry need to do more of? Lean, I look to you first.
Unity. We have to be together more than 366. We have to be more unified. It's not always easy. It's not natural on the publisher market. You know that, Florence. It's not always comfortable for egos, but unity is not just about strengths. I think it's about survival for us.
I like that, a powerful word. Yeah. Antoine?
Simplify. Honestly, our access to our media is complex, too complex. We need to simplify completely the access to our media, like some American tools did.
It's a very practical word.
Yeah.
And I would
Florence.
say understand, because I used to work for Heineken, and everybody knew how beer was made, the ingredients and everything. And in the media sectors, a lot of people only know about their own field, but they don't know about the whole media landscape. So understand the other actors. I think it's key.
Fantastic. That's the final word. A massive round of applause to the panel.
Thank you,
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Everyone's gone. Testing, testing.
Any question? No question. Thank you.
If you have a question, of course you can ask a question. So, sorry. It's all right. Sorry, I shouldn't have told you.
Are in 2 minutes about to start the next session. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. So I would like to invite the people in the room and the people coming that I see in the aisle to join us for the next session. So please, I invite everybody to take your seats. Thank you very much for staying with us. I would like to welcome, or well, they are already on stage, Soumya Basu and Joris Meuchy from Woodwing, who will talk about how publishers are efficient in this fast changing environment. Welcome both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Hello. For those of you that don't know, I'm Soumya. I look after Woodwing in the UK.
My name is Joris Meuchy. I'm a territory manager for Woodwing, servicing the southwest region of Woodwing, of Europe.
And today we're going to be talking to you about, in our experience, from bringing together both organizational change and transformation and working in newsrooms, the things that we're seeing with our clients today, navigating the world of transformation and digital transformation from what used to be print to websites, to apps, and now to AI, and the kinds of things that we're seeing and the challenges that we're seeing with our clients, some of whom you may know already. Also, you get a stroopwafel, because we are a Dutch company, and if you ask a question, you can get a stroopwafel. So please feel free to ask any questions. It is an interactive session. So, first of all, the interesting thing that we're seeing is newsrooms have a plethora of technology. I've already spoken about how we are seeing the rate of transformation and the rate of change. But that change, that digital transformation, is never ending. Change is the only constant that we can see with all of our clients. And it is the main factor, because you now have access to so much more technology, so much more information. But the things that we're hearing from people on the floor, on the newsrooms, is that sometimes this technology is acting out more as a blocker than an enabler. And that should never be the case. In my opinion, technology should always be the enabler, should be able to help you and work with you, not be the thing that's stopping you from getting your information, your content out to the people that want it, need it, and help you generate revenue. In your experience with other newsrooms and on the floor, what kinds of things have you seen with the challenges with technology?
Yeah, Soumya, I think what you said in the introduction is just on top of it. So the question is, which challenge are we trying to resolve? Because we have an ever-increasing amount of technology around us. And of course, yeah, it's our goal to get somewhere, to have a destination. Where do we want to get with our organization in the future? And we see that publishing is under pressure. We see it with our customers. We see it in the market. So every day, the expectation from the audience is higher. We need to be where the audience is today, tomorrow. We need to feed more channels. We need to feed them faster. So that's a really a challenge. And at the same time, monetization is at question. So that means that we have to do more with less people. Of course, there are opportunities as well with AI. But it's not just an opportunity, it's also a challenge. Because, yeah, at the one hand, it's maybe challenging our business models, but it's also challenging the way that we work together. It's not just using AI and do something nice. It's the way we all started, I guess, some years ago. But now we know that's also about workflow. So I'm curious what your thoughts are about that, Soumya.
The funny thing is, I remember when I started out in the world of technology, everyone was talking about cloud and how cloud will fix all of their problems. And then it was all about apps and how apps will fix all of their problems. And now I'm hearing AI is going to fix all of my problems. No, you're just compounding these problems on one another unless you sort the foundations out underneath it. Otherwise, it's going to complicate things more, and it's going to lead to those blockers that we were just talking about. And I think you touched on a very interesting point in the sense that that single workflow, that single, I guess, operational foundational layer is key, because I think that's where people are moving away. They are looking to advance and try and get to that new AI world of this is where we want to be, and they're not fixing the underlying problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only about solving quickly an issue and the problems of today. It's about thinking on long term. It's also the reason why we like to stand together with our customer to think about their future workflows, how to adjust them, how to make them more scalable for the future. And yeah, of course, we see many organizations and we do many projects as we are a software company integrating a solution, making a solution of the software for our customers, but we also encounter issues. We also sometimes have a failure, but we learn from that. And what we want to do as a software company is also bring that knowledge to you, not only just the tools, but really that solution that helps your organization in the future.
And I think that is the key message here, because you should be focusing on the content and creating that content and making sure it gets out there and letting the technology do its thing in the background. To me, that is not an issue with the content. It's not an issue with the output. It's not an issue with what you're creating. What it is a blocker on the internal side of things. It is a blocker on the operations, and it is restricting you. Whereas in actual fact, that chaos that is currently being ensued by multiple workflows, by multiple publishing channels, etc., that needs to be smooth, that needs to be seamless in order to make it work. And that is where I think newsrooms are going in the future, and that's where the AI-ready world of news and news publication is going. So I'm curious, we have a lovely little poll. You can use your mobile phones to scan. I'm curious, for those of you in the room, where are you experiencing your challenges right now? From our clients, we've come across 6 different key themes: publishing speed, workflow, content duplication, AI pressures from leadership, doing more with fewer people, and multi-channel complexity. Where are you seeing the most amount of challenges in your field? And whilst you scan this, where are you seeing from the work that you're doing with some of the newspapers in the Benelux region? What are they saying around this operational pressure?
Yeah, of course, every organization is a little bit different. But what we see in the end, the organization is different, but we encounter similar problems that also have maybe similar solutions. But of course, yeah, we have to see how that connects with each other for specific organizations. But what we see still today is that many of organizations, also customers with whom we are working already together with over 20 years, that we are sometimes still stuck in that old workflow from 10, 20 years ago. And in fact, what we believe is that we have to change that. Certainly with new types of technology nowadays, we have to change the way we are working, because otherwise we are trying to automate a workflow from the past, and that's not what we have the feeling of, which is future-proof.
Interestingly enough, thank you. I was just looking at the live results. We have a clear winner. We have a winner of multi-channel complexity, followed by joint second. We have publishing speed and AI pressures from leadership. And bringing up the rear, we have workflow fragmentation and doing more with fewer people. For those of you who have been to the UK, bingo, we always say bringing up the rear. With regards to multi-channel complexity, that is exactly the kinds of things that we are seeing with, funnily enough, it takes us to our next slide. It's as if we prepared this earlier.
Yeah, it seems to be all AI these days. So, yeah, first point is what we see in successful newsrooms is that they took that step to simplify and to make their workflows more modern and resilient for the future. So that makes it also possible to automate that workflow better. Because, yeah, otherwise, if you automate on old workflows, you might magnify a problem which is in there already. If you are speaking about team efficiency, also, again, workflow, decision steps that you take inside the workflow is something that you have to take into account. And second point is, yeah, centralize your content, centralize your content platforms. Sorry, Soumya?
Just sorry to interrupt you there. Given the feedback from the room around multi-channels, hands up, those of you that chose multi-channel publishing is your key challenge, do you have separate workflows for separate channels, or do you have one workflow to rule them all? Hands up if you have separate workflows. Do you have one workflow? I'm seeing lots of nods. OK. And does that workflow meet your current needs, or are you having to change the way that you work in order to meet that workflow? I'm seeing some people go, OK. And that is not something that is alone for you. It's something that we're seeing as a common theme throughout most of the newsrooms that we are speaking with. But I think to challenge that, content should be key. Your content you should be focusing on the content, so therefore it's not this is optimized for mobile, this is optimized for digital, this is optimized for print. It is that single source of truth and that single asset that can be used in anywhere and everywhere, but also used in the future, because it's got a value to it. And I think that's something that we're seeing a lot with our newspaper clients currently.
Yeah, for example, in Belgium, we did also an integration in the past years where we had dozens of digital channels connected to their workflow. So in the past, those were more disconnected from the central content platform. So yeah, we find it important that we come to a well-integrated system where all workflows connect end-to-end to the platform, starting from the content planning till the monetization. So the better that you all integrate that together, yeah, the more benefit that you will get out of that. And in that example of that customer, yeah, we see double-digit efficiency gains by well integrating their workflows, their channels, also integrating their multilingual publications, because yeah, sometimes we also see that different teams for different regions or languages are still disconnected from each other. So also that's something that we have to look into. And the software is there to support that, but it's not the solution. It's a way to get somewhere.
And that brings us very neatly into the fact that even if you have your single source of workflow and you have your workflow sorted, if the foundations below are and still have cracks in it, the AI output will also have cracks in it. The output is only ever as good as what you put in. So unless you get that workflow, your content, your operations sorted, how are you going to be generating that new additional route, that go-to-market, that revenue increase? How are you going to get there if all you're doing is just recreating the same problem and looking for AI to come and fix it?
Last week I was thinking about this presentation, and I was thinking about a metaphor. I was having an exam for my boat license, and I thought we are next week in Marseille, next to the sea. So
with
I was
lots of boats outside, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So much organizations also here. So what do we see here? So first of all, we have a lot of external changes, challenges facing us. So it can be big waves, small waves, like AI, Google Zero, monetization, reaching our audience, and so on. So we cannot control those changes. We have them today, we will have them tomorrow and after tomorrow. So we can't control that. So we have to be ready to face those challenges. Second part is maybe the most important part, that's your organization, how you're organized for that. How you plan, how you work together with your teams, what's your long-term strategy. So that's the most important part of this image. And then we have technology. Technology should be able to respond to the needs of your organization, because in the end you want to get to your destiny, and technology needs to be there to help you getting onto the destination. So when you're facing a lot of challenges, small waves, big waves, maybe a storm, you can put more power to the engine, but that's not enough. When there is a storm, you have wind, you have the current, so you have to navigate. So you have to change your organization, you have to change your workflows to get to your destination. And I feel it important for us as a software company to also help you with that. Because we have that experience also with customers. Sometimes things go well, but sometimes we also have learnings. So we always want to bring more than just the software to our customers, but also bring a solution, because we believe it's in the solution, not in the technology.
Does that mean if the customer is the, I guess, the captain of the ship, are we on the bridge with them?
Yeah, I guess so. We are not the captain, of course, because only our customer knows where the destination is. But we are there to advise and to assist. So we have a very nice professional services team, which have been on board of many ships, which have been facing many storms in the past.
None have sunk, I will add.
But yeah, we are always happy to share and to learn also, because yeah, we don't have all the knowledge. So we are also always curious about your experience and insights.
Thank you. So there is something that we're seeing quite interestingly enough, and especially with one of your newspaper clients, around how AI is helping them on the coalface, on the newsroom floor every day, and how it is enabling them to produce more news, better news, and helping them focus on their content. Do you want to walk us through how our newspaper client has been doing?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, let's take a practical example. Layout automation, it's something which we feel is really important for our customers these days. And yeah, the challenge is clear. We want to optimize the efficiency to produce the print channel. And of course, we now have AI as an enabler for that. But the solution, it's not something that we have been building somewhere in a dark corner of the Woodwing headquarters. It's something that we have been thinking of together with our customers. So we set up a work group to which we invited a couple of newspaper publishers to really look into their workflow and to see how AI could be an enabler to optimize that print channel. And yeah, we learned a lot also together with our customers. They also didn't know which way to go in the beginning. But we learned that it's not just a button, a magic button. When you press it, oh, nice, I have my pages here and it's ready to print. It's also about keeping control about how your brand looks like. It's keeping control about the planning of your content inside your publications. I have an example of a customer in Belgium, for example, for which we did a project. And the outcome during the project was also that, in fact, they should look at their content planning, because if your content is not well planned and doesn't have the right metadata, you cannot expect that layout automation is putting the content in the right format or places inside your publication.
The interesting thing here is I was recently lucky enough to have the opportunity to sit down with one of the world's oldest Sunday newspapers the day before they were going to print. And I saw firsthand how much pressure they are on in order to not just make sure that they get their print out to the printers, but make sure the PDF copy is available on their app, and making sure that all of the articles are available on the digital format for both the website subscribers and then subscriber newsletters, which is generating a lot more income for these news agencies. And that has been absolutely fascinating, because it is all hands, to use your ship metaphor, it's all hands on deck, and everybody is getting involved. And if there is any way to automate that using AI to make sure that those blockers are unblocked, that is where the future lies, because we were able to launch that Sunday paper with as many problems and fires that they were sorting out, and make sure that all of the platforms, including socials, were already willing, off they went, timed, and therefore everyone slept like a baby on Sunday night, all for it to begin again on Monday. Yeah, I think this is where AI can make a truly big difference with everyone and anyone at WAN-IFRA today. But a lot of questions that many people ask is, where do I begin? And this is where we come in. We have been, as I say, working with these newspapers for over 26 years and helping them through that transition from print to digital and digital to now AI. You have the opportunity to win one of our AI quick scans, where we can come in and work with you and create a roadmap to understand where you are going, to understand the real production and editorial workflows and how AI can help you. It's a competition, it's great. If it's in person, if you're in London, I do bring cakes. So please come along either to our booth for more information, or scan this QR code and enter in the competition. Finally, from our experience, and I'm sure you'll agree, newsrooms have evolved, and they're continuing to evolve. That change, that new way of working is the only constant that we're going to see. And most of them will be the ones that adapt, the ones that can be agile, the ones that can be flexible and faster than anyone else. And we are that partner to help you to do that, based on our experience. But also, you're always going to be in the driving seat. AI is only as good as what you put in it. I go back to my original statement. There is always a human in the loop. Do never, ever just rely solely on that AI, and then together, that success story comes true. Any questions? You can win a stroopwafel.
Can we share it again, the QR for the people, because I saw some people were taking the...
There we go.
Sure. And yeah, do you have any questions in the room?
If there are no questions, you're more than welcome to come down to our booth downstairs. But in the meantime, please come along for some stroopwafels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sumia and Geoffrey. Well, with this session, we have now the lunch break, and we wait for you again at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, and bon appetit.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Let me wait until everybody's seated. It's always good to know that the technology works. My name is Annelies Janssen. I'm the strategic advisor to Prorata, a business I helped found here with my colleague Josh Freeman, building the business side of a deep technology AI business. Prorata has built, since we launched the company in about 2 years ago, a suite of products for all of you in the room. A suite of products that help you build for AI with your users. And the story about our company, I think, is slightly different from most, which is Bill Gross, the founder of our company, who started his business, his digital business, which he successfully sold in the early 2000s around pay-per-click. And pay-per-click in those days was kind of laughed out of the room, but he realized that in order to make money in the digital space, actually the clicks were going to be incredibly important, but not every click is the same. So he came up with the pay-per-click system in the early 2000s and kind of moved into climate and other sides of the tech scene until he read about the New York Times lawsuit in, I think it was December 2022, just a month after, 2023, just a year after OpenAI launched ChatGPT. And he realized there's something here, because if an industry, a new industry, the AI industry needs to steal content and now is taken to court, it means there's something not there that needs to be there. And it's a sustainable model. It's a sustainable model that actually pays based on contribution, pays out based on actual usage of your content. And already in those early days, he started to compare this industry to the music industry early on, where the industry, with the help of Spotify and the music rights owners, was able to build a sustainable economic model to make sure that everyone could be paid based on usage. There's a huge mission-driven side to our business, because we want to make sure this industry, here in the room, represented by, I believe, 1,300 people, this industry not just survives, but thrives. And that's why the team that we pulled together to help you is deeply mission-driven. And we're very glad to be here and to have the opportunity to take you further on the journey. Some of you in the room have heard the story, have heard the presentation. And so this is, for some of you, an update. For others, an introduction into how we think about your content in the age of Gen AI and how you should be rewarded. So why does this question start with GIST and Own the Question? GIST, as I already said, is our group of products that we've built. Think about them as a bunch of tools that help you build for AI. I often say it is future-proof your AI business using GIST, and it's super easy. And we're building our company and suite of products around the question. Because we believe that if you own the question, you own the future of your business. Questions, we believe, are the new currency. And I gave you that introduction about Bill and how we thought about the click as the currency for the growth of digital revenues in the early 2000s. And those were all around search. And then the currency kind of shifted towards likes. I believe that's around 2010, 11, where all media companies were being encouraged to place a lot of their content onto social, because you would always get that traffic back, and then realize that probably if the algorithm was changed, the traffic wasn't coming back. And in the age where we are today, 2027, it's all about the question. And who owns the question is going to be able to build a user journey around monetization, engagement, revenue, and intelligence. Let's talk a little bit about big tech. I was there in 2004, I believe, when I signed the first Google contract for Times newspapers, and we all thought it was amazing. I received an email from Rupert Murdoch who said, "You are the first person in our company who did a deal with Google." And it was fantastic. We were paid some money for the search bar at the top of the page, all powered by Google. Here is our content, you should index it. And by the way, you also get some revenue for that ad slot on your page. It was amazing. I was a hero. We did give them all our content. Here you go, index it. I'm looking at Amanda here, with whom I worked before she was there. But you know, I don't think we were naive, but we were all exploring and kind of try to figure out how to work with what we now call the closed web. But you know, traffic increased. Why did it increase? Did it increase because the links back from Google? Absolutely, but there are multiple reasons why. And where we are today, when we're all dependent, and I say we because I still feel part of this industry, we're all dependent on traffic referrals, but not alone traffic referrals. There are many really incredible case studies about how to build that engagement within your own environment, based on community, based on loyalty, and really trust into your brand. But the closed web today, and a large part of that's happening within the platforms of the LLMs, is controlling traffic back to you. So why not look at how you can build traffic, engagement, revenue, and intelligence within your own environment? And that's the main, I would say, foundation behind our group of products. But before we go into the GIST product suite, let's talk a little bit about the open web. The open web is in this room. What is the open web? It's basically outside of the big platforms. The open web is the place where you control your first-party data, but also where you have an opportunity to collaborate with others who own first-party data. The open web is where you control the engagement within your platform. And I actually hate to use the word control, but where you are in charge and you are the agent of your suite of products and your content, and where you are responsible to build that community. You're not having to rely on traffic coming back from the closed web. I mean, I used to work for Facebook at some point in time, and it was surprising how much data there was and how much data there was being shared. And all the requirements, all the requests for, we are a partner of Facebook, we want to have your data, were kind of ignored because they can and they could. And I'm not here to criticize, I'm here to help you understand how within the open web there's a real opportunity for this industry, because we kind of owned the open web before the large tech platforms were there within a closed environment. We all have seen the case studies this morning and yesterday about what happens when a user subscribes, when you have their first-party data, when you engage with them, when you know them, when you can actually serve them a personalized homepage. They stay longer, they want to engage with you more, they want to ask you questions. And that's your opportunity. That's your opportunity in the room to actually build AI with your audience, for your audience, and really understand the collaborative opportunities you have within the open web. So what did we do? We started to reach out to the industry. As I said, the company was founded in 2024. Started with what I call a pillar, a foundation for a business, which is licensing contracts with people in the industry. I'm very pleased to say that we've by now built the largest database of licensed content in service of Gen AI answers. And for us, for the company, for the industry, we felt that that was really important, so that all of the answers that are coming back within our Gen AI product called GIST Answers, we're using licensed content only. Building that publisher network to make sure that GIST Answers not only comes back with answers based on licensed content, but also comes back with quality answers supported by this network of publishers. So we built this product for curiosity, to deliver engagement, but really building it also for you to have an opportunity to bring the AI answers to your media channel. The numbers are very different, but across different countries, across different markets, but the number is up. Your users are asking questions, and our view is they should be asking those questions within your media platform. And we see it. You know, we saw Le Monde's case, we saw, I think Bonnier is having an Ask Me Anything product on their channels. This is not just an experiment, this is becoming a new product category. Ask Me Anything is what your users do outside of your media platform. We believe that they should be asking those questions on your media platform, and that is an opportunity we have built for you. It's an easy-to-use product, an easy, you know, as I call it sometimes, it's your AI future-proof product with 4 lines of code. What we have seen so far since we launched this product, Just Answers, it's now across almost 200 media titles. People stay longer. They consume many more pages, and they come back. The other thing we've really learned from this product is actually the questions generated by the editorial team. So there is a question bar, as you can see here in the middle, but do our users always know what to ask? I don't know. I'm here in I'm reading an article about the latest fashion trends. What should I ask? And we actually got this from one of our partners. They started generated questions based on most asked questions. And they actually added those to the question bar. And guess what? 80% of people click on those questions first. And I really connect that to a trend that we saw, I don't know, 2004 or 5, which is editors' recommendations or most read articles, because not everybody knows what they're looking for. So why don't we give them an opportunity to be inspired? The Just Answer bar, as I said, Just Answer widget is now live across 200 titles. It's a super exciting product to work with, to experiment with, because we really want to provide you with the tools to test and learn, engage with your audience, and lean into AI, particularly when it comes to user engagement. As I said, we build it with you, for you. It's super flexible, it's built on your terms, you're in control of the look and feel. Your content used will be credited, and I'll get into that in 2 slides over. The user will be able to see what content was used for that particular answer, and the compensation is all based on usage of your content per answer. You customize it the way you want it, you place it wherever you like it, and as I already mentioned, your editorial DNA can be integrated within the widget. The auto-generated questions versus the questions that are generated by the editorial teams that can be included, we encourage editorial teams to do so. And I often say, this product is so easy, but it's also hard, because an AI Ask Me Anything tool, think about the number of people in your organizations who need to decide and need to have a view on this. It's your chief revenue officer, it's your chief growth officer, it's your CEO, potentially even your board, because it's an AI product. That makes it super exciting to launch this product, but also sometimes quite difficult. And I'm actually excited to see people from many disciplines within the media industry within this room, and I'm looking forward to your questions. I talked a little bit about this collaborative spirit of the product. By working with publishers and the licensing team, we believe we've delivered a product or developed a product that enables you to collaborate without negotiation. The Just Answer product takes content from all our partners. You can decide whether it only uses your corpus of content to answer the question. What we see, though, is the more content, ideally all content that we have been able to ingest is used, the better quality of answer. So why would you do that? Why would you put a product that has content of your competitors potentially being attributed within an answer? Because it's a network. So when your content shows up on your competitors, is being used in an answer on your competitor's website, you will be compensated. So our hypothesis as well is that the more quality content we can use to generate an answer, the higher quality audience, better retention, and ultimately better ad performance. That is kind of 4 slides over. So the publisher network is incredibly important. Equity within that publisher network is important. Equity that drives the monetization model, which is wherever your content is used, you will be credited as well as compensated. The crediting is important because your users need to trust, and attribution brings trust. Intelligence. We build a super informative, showing as much data as we can, this console we call it, which basically gives you real insight into the use of your content in an AI audience. But also, what is your audience looking for? What are the questions they are asking? And as our promise is, we will share as much as we can, legally as much as we can based on the infrastructure, but it's also work in progress. So collaboration with the industry is important. But the more you know, the better you can inform yourselves, your audience, your editorial teams. This is a journey we're all on together. Nobody knows everything yet, and we will never know everything, but we do know that the more data we have, the better we will be able to build products for your audience. I kind of left not the best for last, but attribution. Our belief is that every answer should have an attribution bar. It's kind of the nutrition label you get on packaged goods. For accountability across the industry, to make sure that we can build a publisher network where our publishers trust that their content will be attributed, but also for the end user. One of our hypotheses that we really would want to prove with this room and beyond is that an answer with attribution brings higher trust to the audience. And higher trust, at least for as long as I've worked in the publishing industry, brings better performing ads, brings a higher subscription rate. We want all of your brands are, I believe I can say this, built on trust. And to maintain that trust, attribution is incredibly important. When we launched our business, we were kind of, I wouldn't say naive, but we thought if one day the attribution bar would live across all Gen AI answers, we'd done a good job. And we thought that would be possible. But, you know, we have to deal with large tech platforms who may not want that accountability. That doesn't mean that we should stop claiming that accountability and that we should stop claiming building trust into the system. Users need it. So if you want to know more, even just about attribution and building trust towards with and for your users, please reach out. And obviously, this all needs to be paid for. So within the Just Answer product, we've built an ad product called Just Answers. And the ad comes in a number of formats. But the most important thing to remember from the ad product, because it's a unique AI ad format, it understands where the ad is being placed. So it has deep understanding of the deep semantic understanding of the content where the ad needs to be placed. So think about the article from where the question was generated, the question itself, as well as the answer. Our ad product is able to understand that. And then on the other side, we have advertiser content. So remember, the keyword market was based on advertisers bidding towards keywords. We believe that advertisers will start bidding for questions, but also, and that all needs to be fed by not just a bunch of keywords, but real semantic understanding of the advertiser's content, their latest campaign, their social feed, their brand promise, and having the understanding across both brings highly relevant contextual ads that can be placed in a number of positions within Just Answers. Okay. Last but not least, and you may think geo, how does geo show up? The use of our technology, building our technology, we understand that not only are we able to provide our publishers with an understanding of how your content is used in an answer, we're also able to use that technology and help you understand how your content is used in the closed web. How is your content used? When does it show up? How's your brand talked about? And geo is often talked about in light of advertisers. We believe that all publishers, and we see that now with Futures building this, Time is building, is they're building their own tools to understand how's my brand positioned, how does my brand show up in prompts as well as in answers, and our technology platform is able to help you understand not only how your content is used within Just Answers, but also how your content is used and talked about within the closed web. So think about this. The power of the question is what I'm sure keeps us all awake at night, but also I hope we're all inspired by this as well, because the question is the new currency. And, you know, as Indira Gandhi said, it's the basis of all human progress. I thought I was going to have 10 minutes for questions, but it's a bit less. If you're ready for questions now or questions afterwards, please find us.
Is there anyone in the room with a question? Otherwise, yeah. Come in.
Hi, I'm Bertrand from Echo. Have you noticed whether certain types of publisher, topics or size tend to receive higher compensation rather than others, or is this overly balanced across the board?
I don't have kind of like hard statistics that can be published, but from what we've seen so far, the engagement when it comes to lifestyle, in anything not hard news, is easier to encourage with the pre-populated questions. So, it's harder to ask, what we see is harder to ask a question about hard news within an AI environment embedded in a news site.
Do we have another question in the room?
Maybe from the new people walking into the room. Like, what did they miss?
Well, thank you very much, Annelies. And if you can speak with her and the Prorata team during the Congress.
On va attendre ça. Yes, it's okay? Thank you. Do we have a slide for the translation, for the worldly translation now? Just wanted to remind people. Have you been using the worldly translation? Has anybody been using the translation during the Congress? You know the thing you have access on your app? No? You? Mariam. Was it okay? Good? Okay, good. So you can have access to the translation directly on the app. You know, you just have to click translate on the session. You go directly to the session. And otherwise you just click on the, it's very simple and it's a lot of languages that are supported. So if you're not comfortable in English, use it. So that would be Aurélie. I don't want to point to you. Good job. Okay, so diversification. That's a big topic, very complex. We're going to zoom in a few examples of diversification, and we're going to do that with those amazing people over there, and the moderator of the session will be Sophie Kassam from Le Parisien, the Chief Digital Officer of Le Parisien. Sophie, you can come. Use the stairs. Don't. Oh, okay. All right. She's courageous. And Sophie, some of you who are going to go to the study tour at the end of the week, we're going to be hosted by Sophie as well in Paris at Le Parisien. So
yes, Friday morning.
Friday morning. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Valérie. Maybe, yes, you can come, Julia, Range, and Jean-Nicolas, come with me. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on diversification for trusted media. I will host this session with Julia, Range, and Jean-Nicolas, and maybe that they can introduce themselves if you want. Maybe, Julia, if you want to introduce yourself.
Of course. Hi, everyone. Pleasure. Is it working?
Yeah.
Pleasure to see all of you here. And I'm so glad that you're with us in this room as we're talking about revenue diversification. I'm Julia Boyle. I wear two hats for the purposes of this Congress. I'm the chair of FIP, which is a special interest magazine association that just joined WAN-IFRA. We merged this year. I also am a strategic advisor to a few CEOs through my company, YPB Global. And I'll be wearing my practitioner hat today, not the FIPP industry hat when I talk about my examples of new revenue opportunities.
Thank you, Julia. My name is Ranj Begley, and I also wear two hats, but in one organization. So I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for PA Media Group, and I'm also the Managing Director for the Press Association. I've only been there for a year and a bit, so still relatively new, but lots to talk about today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jean-Nicolas Baillet, CEO of Groupe La Dépêche, which is a local media group in southwest of France. It's been 15 years I'm working there, and there I will have a slide of presentation of our group and our main numbers, so I will do it after. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as you know, media revenues are often in decline, mainly because of print. And to succeed in their digital transformation, media companies need new sources of revenues. And today we will explore how news publishers can move beyond traditional revenues model and create new sources of value without losing what makes them distinctive. That means trust, content credibility, strong brand, and strong relationship with their audiences. So that's really the point. And with Julia, Range, and Jean-Nicolas, we will see how to define a clear strategy of diversification, how to focus on the good one and how to have a framework to choose the diversification that is okay for your type of media. Do we need to invest a lot on diversification or not? We will explore with them 3 different visions of diversification. Strategic partnership and licensing opportunity with Julia. Concrete example of diversification within a regional media group with Jean-Nicolas. And transformation into intelligence-led business with Range. This is 3 very complementary profile, and you will see it's very inspiring for all the media. So you can prepare your question for the end of the session, and let's begin with Julia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. I'll stand here, I think, if it's okay.
Yes.
As I, the clicker here. As I alluded just now, it's the first Congress that FIP has joined WAN-IFRA, and I think this is important because, for many reasons, but primarily because news media and magazine media are asking the same questions. How do we protect our IP, the treasure trove? How do we create sustainable business models? And how we continue investing in great journalism, which is our competitive advantage. And I think I do firmly believe that having sustainable business models is a press freedom issue, because if we can't pay our journalists, we do not have we cannot protect journalism. So this is why I wanted to talk to you today about just a few examples in answer to our moderators' questions. What are great partnerships today in 26? How we diversify to still stay true to our trusted content and brands, and what I see as great opportunities in the industry, as well as through my work as a practitioner. And to frame these 3 stories, I only have 3 examples for the interest of time. There are many in the industry. I kind of framed it in a concept that sounds a little bit like a beginning of a really bad joke. I apologize for that. So what does a rooftop bar, a thought leader forum, and a business coach have in common? The answer to this, actually, the punchline, is very serious, because they are all magazines. With this in mind, I wanted to share 3 examples that originate from some of the most iconic brands in the world, such as the New York Times, Penske Media, as well as Harvard Business Publishing. I want to be clear, I represent the client. I do not represent those brands, but I do work with companies across Central Asia and South Caucasus to grow and expand those brands through licensing, joint venture, and diversification. And before you ask also why Kazakhstan, Georgia, and other countries in the Central Asia and South Caucasus, besides the fact that the local partners are very strong, honorable companies with high degree of credible brands of their own, respect to intellectual property, and very strong adherence to governance. Also, according to IMF's recent report, it was, I believe, in February 2026, Kazakhstan is growing at a rate of about 6%, Georgia about 5.8, compared to the United States at 2.4, Germany at 0.8, and even Japan at 1%. So with all due respect to big markets, I think the opportunities are there. The deals, as I'm looking across many different examples, are very innovative, lucrative, staying true to our values that we have. So the first example is a partnership between New York Times and Kaz Media Holding. New York Times has this thought leader publication that they publish only digitally in the United States. It's called Turning Points. It's a platform of essays by thought leaders from around the world on different trends, what forms the next 12 months for different brands. And in this case, Kaz Media, we created a premium Almanac, an annual publication that is distributed to highest levels of governments, including the president's desk of President of Kazakhstan. But we didn't only translate and localize content. They hold license for both Kazakh and Russian languages, but they also created a very powerful, a very curated a premium forum. It's a decision forum and a deal room where different companies can come together in very closed environment and actually make deals. As Kazakhstan stands now at the intersection between strategic position between China and Russia and this middle corridor, there's a lot of deals between different companies that are taking place, and this is an important gathering for some select group of people. So I guess why this works. So for New York Times, it's an opening to a market that potentially will have 80 million people in that region. Kazakhstan is only 15. It puts New York Times also the visibility at the presidential level. And for Kaz Media, of course, it's an incredible IP, and it's an opportunity to, through this convening, to increase their revenue substantially, because the forum is what brings the revenue, but it only does that because there was a trusted brand, a magazine brand in its onset to launch that forum into existence. So that's kind of the takeaways, that convening is the biggest revenue, but brand is something that actually earned trust for it to exist. The second one is Penske Media with Silk Hospitality. It's a hospitality group in Georgia. They recently, they have many properties, but recently launched the five-star hotel, and they wanted a premium venue on the rooftop. So at a tender age of 58, Rolling Stone is crossing from magazine publishing and licensing from magazines to putting their brand on a property, a hospitality property, in this case, to a Michelin Key hotel and a rooftop bar. The reason I think this is not a vanity project, but a serious undertaking from both sides, is because in Georgia, for example, the jazz scene was very, very strong. In Soviet Union, it was banned, but they stayed resilient, and the culture wanted something like that, the cultural phenomena. So now there are covers of the magazines are paving the way to the rooftop, and of course there's cafes and restaurants, and every week they have a different class act, a music act that comes from different parts of the world, but these are editorial decisions that the local partner takes with Rolling Stone and their group. So for Penske Media, this is the first brick and mortar expansion. This is a lab, and they're looking into scaling it. They already announced additional properties in other parts of the world. So I think, again, this is an interesting brand extension for a magazine company, and it is a trusted magazine brand, again, that paves the way to a completely different way of reimagining this brand. And I think what's also important is that the success depends on real foot traffic in the city, that no algorithm can disintermediate. And the prices also that the hospitality collects also are higher because of this trusted brand relationship. And the third one is Harvard Business Publishing. They have created an AI product that is trained only on their IP, on their corpus. It's Harvard Mentor and Harvard Business Spark is the new product, actually AI product. And Kaz Media holds a license for the entire Central Asian region to sell it as a corporate leadership and training AI coach, as well as series of courses. There are 42 courses. What's important is that the AI coach, which can answer your everyday leadership challenges or questions as you're preparing to a difficult meeting, or want to know anything about innovation in fintech or any other area, it's trained only on Harvard's archive, and that is kind of a closed garden, and it provides instant support for leaders. And you know, we work with a lot of corporations that purchase the product as a layer, almost like a SaaS solution on top of their L&D platforms or their intranets. So again, I think in this case, as we heard yesterday, AG and many others speak about how our content is being stolen, frankly. There are a lot of strong solutions that we're seeing, not only from Harvard, from many, many players that are creating their own systems trained on their own IP, keeping control of their intellectual property that they invested millions of dollars to create. So, and I do think that AI technology does provide an incredible way for this archive to be taken out of the vaults, where many publishers kept it in the vault. I spent 17 years with National Geographic licensing the brand across the globe. It was very hard to unearth that incredible archive of visual journalism just because we didn't have AI. So there are positives, obviously, but there's a way for us to do it so we can keep control. So in conclusion, to answer Sophie's question, the partnerships that we should do these days have to be, of course, those that readers trust and our audiences trust, that market wants, that are excellently executed by a local partner, and that are profitable for us, because we need that profit to sustain investments in this content. We also diversify beyond sort of industries. We cross industries in diversification. And I think our archive is our treasure trove of all of you that have spent blood and tears and so much money creating it. And I think there's lots of opportunities to create a new product out of it that can be a SaaS solution, or it can be any other way to power your media investment going forward. This is, again, just to summarize, that it has to be margin defensible, everything that we do, but it also has to be very relevant and trust-bearing as a very, very important key point. So thank you so much. I appreciate, and I pass on to my colleagues to continue this thought of diversification in our future. Thank you.
Well, let's go. So, I will talk to you about how we made our diversification in Groupe La Dépêche. But first of all, I would like to introduce ourselves. So we are a regional local newspaper group based in southwest of France. Our revenue are 200 million euros last year. We are a really old group that we have more than 150 years. And during 140 years, we had one job, in fact, the newspaper industry. So innovation and diversification was not planned, and all the transformation that we have to do to arrive to that was not that easy. Today, of course, our main activity is still media, but I will show you how we made our diversification and how it's helping us to keep us independent. So, as a great part of the editors at the beginning of the year 2000, when digital arrived in our industry, we enter in crisis. This crisis time is for our core business, which is media. Maybe you will not see the number, but it's the year 2016 and 2025. So it's the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, we lose 65 million euro revenues, which, of course, is the problem of most of our industry. So what we did, and of course we tried to find new business and new model in our main and our core business, but we also tried to find diversification. Today, our first diversification is about festival, musical festival, which are big industry. The first one, which is the Rose Festival, which means the Pink Festival. It's a festival that we are co-funding with some artists in France. For those who know them, it's called Big Flo et Oli, in rap and electro music. And today, 5 years after the foundation of the festival, it's about 10 million euros revenue. It's a great festival which is we touch about 100,000 people, and well, a good business. Then we arriving in that industry, we also have other opportunities. So we bought another company which called Falas Event, and we had other festival. For the example, Les Déferlantes, which is the other one that you see with the red and orange picture, and other two smaller festivals. And all this activity for us today, it's about 17 million euros revenue. At the side of that, we also developed a great event activity. So this event activity is about news, how can I say that, forum, and also special industry. For example, we made a great forum about cybersecurity, but we also have another one which is called TubeCon, which is about influence, another one which is about services, which is about service to company, and today they are all profitable, of course, and I have two tips to tell you about that. First of all, you have a kind of events which will fix to your market. I mean, the ones who fix to our market is not the answer maybe for your market. Maybe it is, but maybe not. So you have to be attentive about what your market need. And the second one, and the advice that I can give you is you have to think big. I mean, a small event will take you the same time that a big event, but the revenue is not the same. So you have to think big in terms of event. Those events today, it's about 7 million euros revenue for us. Then you have the communication agency. So as most of newspaper industry, we were selling publicity from our products. And then we switch our way of thinking, and now we are starting from our customer. It's different between selling your product and selling your publicity, and then starting from your client needs, selling all you need in communication, like a social network, like event, like have a global communication strategy. With that, we increased our revenue, and today we are making more communication revenue than in 2019, which was before the COVID crisis. And also, we win more credibility in our audience and our customer doing like that. And it's about 15 million revenue that we create in the last 10 years with that strategy. Then another one is about food and gastronomy. So we bought a restaurant in the main place of our main city in Toulouse. It's also a diversification interesting because, of course, it's a business, but we also use it like to create event, to make some commercial event with our publicity teams. So it's a good synergy with our main activity. And it's about 3 million euros revenue. So when you take the addition and to sum up the idea, this is the same graphic that you thought before, the core business, and then the increase of our diversification, which is about 42 million euros today. So in 10 years, we create 42 million euros. So of course, we are far from the 65 million euros that we lose. But with that, we could have our EBIT who stayed positive. And of course, the most important is that I think without this diversification, we were not able to sustain our group. Today, we are still independent, and it's also because of this diversification. And we are trying to find other way. I think diversification, it's also a lot of opportunity on your market, a lot of contact. That's what we have, and that's what we do. And well, it's working well for us till now. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, my last one. But my favorite one, because it's something that you have to accept. We succeed some things, but also there is a lot of failure. and you have to accept that if you don't have failure, you will not succeed in diversification. I mean, of course, it's easier to me to be on stage in front of you and present you what we succeed, but we also make a lot of failure. And to give you some example of that, you have here, we have a local TV, and it doesn't work. We tried to go on, we make a photographic marketplace, which doesn't work. We make also a delivery system. Actually, we arrive in the market in our main city 2 months before Uber Eats. So we were very proud of that, but well, Uber Eats arrived and ciao. So it's like that, but we did it. So, you know, it's the life of entrepreneurship. So, well, the message is you have also to accept that sometimes you will fail, but at the end, I wish you to succeed, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've just realized that I'm as blind as a bat, and I'm a little bit worried about being able to see the screen. So anyway, I'm Ranj Begley, and as I said, I'm the Chief Revenue Officer, and I'm also the Managing Director at PA Media. I'm going to switch both hats as and when I speak, depending on what slide I'm talking through. Just make sure I get this right. Okay. You can always rely on the Brits to give you a sobering thought. So I'm going to start off by really toning it down. And I've got a really good stat here, which says 42% of CEOs say that their company will not be viable beyond the next 10 years if they stay as they currently are. That's quite scary. That is really, really scary when you think about it. And I think that now, when we look at diversification, and you know, Julia and obviously Jean-Nicolas have come up with some great ideas, diversification is not an option anymore. It's all about it being a survival strategy. And I'm just going to build on that. And I'm not going to talk to you about sexy ideas and wonderful things that we've done. I'm going to talk to you about how to get to that stage and the type of people and the infrastructure that you need to get to that stage. So I think for us, especially with a legacy media institution like ourselves, we just cannot sustain the way that we have been operating. And the key thing here now is that we need to move, and we need to move at pace, and that is the only way that we're going to grow our business. And we need to turn our content businesses into intelligence businesses. So that's a reframe of where we were before to where we are today. I really do think I need to stand closer to the slide, sorry guys, because I genuinely can't see. So I think transformation, when we look at transformation, a lot of the leaders within this room today are actually being asked to move faster. And you know, how many times have we all heard, you've got AI now, you've got ChatGPT, you've got Claude, you've got Grok, just get on and do it. You don't need more people. And the reality is that back in the day, we didn't have those systems. We had humans in the loop, as we've talked a lot about humans. But now we are working in a world, or back in the day, we were working in a much slower world, in a less scrutinized world, and a simpler world. Now it's a lot more complex. You only have to look at PA Media to understand that it's a very complex business. Half of you guys sitting in this room probably don't know that we run a picture editing business. We run Podium, we run Stream. So it's really quite complex when you look at stuff on a day-to-day basis in terms of what is required from us as transformation leaders. So the challenge is not ambition. It's not that you don't want to do it. The challenge that we have is that there's a huge mismatch between what we need to do today and what pressures we're under to perform today, and we're actually using yesterday's operating models. So I always like to say we're just so 2014. I'm not talking about PA, but generally, I'm sure there are people in this room that are still operating on 2014 business models. The biggest risk, I used to say it was standing still. It's not, it's inertia. It's people sitting in this room, people sat back at the office going, we did this like this 20 years ago, we did this in the same way a year ago, and we'll continue to work in that way. It's not the case anymore. We have to move and we have to change. And I think for me, you're better off coming up with a concept or an idea that's 50% cooked, 60% cooked, and actually going out there and presenting it to your customers and your clients than not doing anything at all, or just thinking, yeah, we'll just carry on the way that we are. And I think that organizations that delay transformation are the ones that are going to lose relevance fast. It is key, and that's my message throughout this whole presentation. It's going to be about pace, and it's going to be about value. So the 4 big shifts that we have at PA Media Group is AI, and I'm sure all of you guys are sick and tired of talking about AI, but for us, AI is no longer experimental. It's moved from curiosity to how are we going to do this, right? We need to do this. It's moving on a day-to-day basis in terms of how we're going to use it for productivity and efficiency. The one thing that we, as the UK and Ireland's national news agency, need to keep at the back of our minds all the time, or actually the forefront of our minds, is governance, accountability, and how that's going to have an impact on our workforce. And I know that Sophie's asked me that question yesterday, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. The other thing that we've had to shift from as well is workforce design. So again, it's not just about putting people on a AI accelerator course. It's about redesigning the workforce. It's, you know, what roles actually exist today? How are we going to get the team structured? What structures do we need to look at? And how do we create value? That is absolutely key for us. And I think that, you know, we need to demonstrate value, and we need to demonstrate it fast, which takes me to my next shift, which is value. You need to show value to your clients today, now, right? And to your teams and your staff as well. It's not what you're going to do tomorrow. It's about what can you put on the table that they can utilize and they can move forward with. And I think this is all about the clarity that you bring to the table. It's about the decisions you make and the outcomes that you can offer. And I talk a little bit about this, I have spoken about it a lot before actually, about how, I think it's a Warren Buffett quote, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's busy is the new stupid. We are all busy. Every single person in this room, I'm sure you're all slaves to your Google Calendar, to your Microsoft Calendar, but we have to make time to create value for our customers. And when we talk about customers, we talk about customer centricity. And this is really about putting the customer first. Everyone, again, in this room will say, of course we put our customers first. But it is about creating that customer intimacy and building that trust into growth. Trust into growth is key, because if you have that relationship that has moved from transactional to value, that is the only way you're going to make money. Simple as that, right? Because they need to believe that you're the right supplier and the right option for them. So my key point here really is be essential, not optional. If you are optional, the client will go elsewhere. And this is what we need to remember in this room as we're talking to our customers and our clients. So where we're choosing to play, I know, again, we're going to touch on this a little bit, but really it's about tooling and about embedding ourselves into our clients' services, into our clients' agencies. So we're using a lot of AI-supported products. We're very focused on verification, trust, and decision intelligence. So we've got TrustScope, which is one of the products that we use. We've got Quick Check. We've got 100 different products that we've launched over the last couple of years, and we've got people in the team that you can talk to about when you want to learn a little bit more about them. But I think the key thing here is that choose an area to play and focus on it. And as you've just said, Jean-Nicolas, if it doesn't work, fail fast, pack it up and move on. Don't sit there and dwell, you know, and cry over spilt milk, as we say. You have to move on. And I always put the slide in because it was Valerie that sort of inspired me to talk about this. And one of the questions that she asked me was, what is your biggest barrier to growth? And for me, the key thing here is refusing to unlearn. Every single person in this room is an expert. We're all experts on something or the other. And I think for me, the shocking thing is, or the most uncomfortable truth for me when I started at PA Media was that the skills that we had 160 years ago, the skills that we had 20 years ago, the skills that we had 2 years ago are the skills that are actually holding us back. And that's where we need to unlearn and relearn and move forward. And I think that's super important because growth today really does require unlearning more than learning. So I think legacy thinking, we need to move on from that, and we really need to, and how do we do that, is that we need to be humble, and we need to be open, and we need to be able to adopt and also be very curious, and genuinely curious. Like if people say, we've done it like this for 20 years, why have you done it? Don't be afraid to question. So what does growth look like in practice? Again, I've got another stat here for you because I do love a stat. So most transformations fail because organizations are doing too much at one time. And a lot of this is going to be based around your strategy. If you have a 60-page strategy, you need to rip that up and put that in the bin. It should be on one page, and it should be a Word document. It should not be on PowerPoint where people are like totally confused with what needs to be done. So we need to focus, and focus is the key thing here. So growth will come from outcomes, as I've already said. Busy is the new stupid. We need to show value early, and we also need to prove to our clients and our customers that we are useful. And a lot of that is done through simplicity and focus and speed. We need to outperform complexity. And that's where the growth intelligence model comes in. As I've already said, I think everybody's a little bit sick and tired of talking. I know definitely Julia and I have been talking about it, a bit sick and tired of talking about AI. That's why we've created the growth intelligence model. And over here, we've got 7 key pillars, and the first one is commercial intelligence, right? The key thing here is you only prioritize what matters. You look at growth, you look at margin, and you look at risk reduction. If there is anything outside of that pillar, it's just noise. Get away from the noise, because it will distract you, and I think we need to focus on that. The next one is execution intelligence, and this is where your strategy is either going to fail or it's going to succeed. This is where you need to turn your intent into outcomes, and it's absolutely imperative that we do. The third, it takes us into human intelligence, and this is all about transformation. This is about where you look at the right people for the right roles, for the right jobs. And we talk a lot about, at PA, about hunters and farmers, about customer success, and it's making sure that you've got the right people in the right job at the right time to deliver the right products. That takes us into customer intelligence, and this is about customer centricity. You can build as many products, you can have as many ideas as you want to, but if you're not filling the gap that your customers want, or you're not filling their needs and requirements, you might as well just call it a day, shut up shop and go home, right? You need to be talking to your customers 24/7. Then that takes us into technology. I'm not going to talk about tech stacks here and bore everybody. What I'm talking about here is that product, tech, and commercial need to be joined at the hip. If those 3 departments are connected, you are onto a winner, absolutely onto a winner, because they're delivering and we're pushing out to the customer. Artificial intelligence, not going to talk about that because I'm running out of time. But also the last one is organizational intelligence. And that is really about bottom up, top down. The strategy needs to be really, really clear. You need to be empowering your teams to do some of the wonderful things that Jean-Nicolas and Julia have been talking about. They can't sit there and go, hey, do I need permission to make that decision? Or should I go and ask Ranj to do X, Y, Z? They need to be able to make those decisions and have that sense of empowerment. And only that way you're going to succeed. So I'm going to leave you with my final thoughts. From a press association, PA Media Group perspective, our legacy gives us our strength. Trust is our currency, words are our currency, pictures are our currency, video, audio, you name it, that's what we do, and we do it really well. And for us, it's about the value we create. It's not about abandoning who we are. As I've said, we're a 160-year-old organization. We're not going to scrap what we've done for all of those years just because the world is changing. We will enhance on what we've done. And we really do need to focus now on creating that competitive advantage, which is going to accelerate how we lead, how we win, and how we stay relevant. And as my esteemed colleagues have all left you with a quote, I also have a quote from Peter Drucker, and that is, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence itself, it is to act with yesterday's logic. And that's really key. And I think everyone in this room, business leaders, transformational leaders, people that are looking at diversification, that's where the key focus, from my perspective, needs to be. Thank you.
You come with me for the question? Yeah. Here? Yes. Thank you all for your energy and your inspiring examples. It was huge. Now I want to open a coffee in Paris called Le Parisien. Because of you, thank you. I can maybe ask you some questions, and after, if you have questions for Julia, Jean-Nicolas, and Ranj, you can ask them. Maybe first with you, Julia. You show us lots of different examples, one with AI. A magazine and an example of a great rooftop. According to you, what makes a great partnership deal, and what are the key to develop a great association and a great partnership?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think the most important thing, it has to be mutually beneficial and add value to both sides, right? I think that's a no-brainer. I think very important is that the partners have the same values. In this case, most esteemed global brands partner with smaller media companies, but they have an excellent reputation of already having a number of local and global brands. So I think it's very important that the vetting process takes place, and in that period, in the dating period, so to speak, it's clear that for both sides we have the same values and we have the same ambition, and we have very detailed and transparent governance when we enter in a partnership, be it licensing or joint venture. I think the other thing is, as I mentioned, touched upon that, it has to be very relevant to the moment, like the Harvard Business publishing relationship. It's an AI product that everybody's talking about it, but when you're talking to a CMO or a decision-making authority in HR department of a company that wants to train their people but doesn't want them to get on a public-facing AI chat box, it's easier for them to make a decision when it is a trusted brand, it's a closed garden, and it's a very well-engineered local LMS that provides that bridge between local company and Harvard. So a lot of vetting, same values, has to be profitable for both sides.
Yes, and in the example of the AI response engine, we know that you can have some hallucination or you can have a false response. Is it a problem for the credibility of the brand or for the trust within the brand?
Because, and I have some stats which I will also share with everybody after, well, it's within presentation, it's trained on over 35,000 articles, hundreds and thousands of videos and audios, and all comes from the closed vault of Harvard Business Review and Harvard Business School materials. So, as of course, because it's trained on that corpus, there is there's a very low risk, and it's a trusted content that nothing else, as we know, because there's a lot of other things that we may not know what penetrates those systems, but it's trained only in a very closed system, only with the corpus of Harvard business materials, business school and publishing materials.
Okay. Jean-Nicolas, you talked to us about your failure. What do you learn from your failures, and what are your criteria to choose a new line of diversification?
I learned more from my failure than my success, to be honest. But I think it's the same in business that's in life, because of course a failure is never easy because it's a lot of work and the team are engaged in that. But I think also the capacity of start again and again and again. It's also what we irrigate and build innovation in our company. So I know it's something that we have to pass for, and even if we prefer not fail, we have to, and it's part of the success, so we have to accept that. About diversification, what is important, two things for me. First of all, the synergy that we will have with our core business and our main industry, and especially media. How the diversification will be accelerated by our main business, and how the media will also use the activity. I'll give you an example of the festival. Of course, the festival, the growing of the festival was accelerated by the communication that we use in our media. And in the same time, the media use the image of the festival, because we have 90% of the people in the festival are under 30 years old. So it's, of course, something really strong to go to find new public and use a positive communication about our brand, which are more traditional. The second thing which is really important is the pilot. I mean, the project is the same important that the pilot, because if you don't have the pilot, going in a market that you don't know without pilot is like taking a plane without pilot. And you will crash and you will fail. And the pilot is really important. The person will know the market, will make you evitate some evidence fail, and you will win a lot of time. Do not hesitate to associate yourself also when you are in a new market, in a new activity. It will make you win a lot of time. So how there is synergy with our main activity and the pilot.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a new project of diversification with AI in your company?
We also have new projects. AI is everywhere, so of course there is AI involved in our new project. Then, and it's also something that you may have various projects, but at the end, someone will not appear because you will not have the two key points that I mentioned before. So yes, we have. Actually, I cannot talk about someone because, you know, when you arrive in a market, surprise is also a good key point of success. But, well, and AI is everywhere, so of course there is a lot.
We will follow you to see your new project, because AI is everywhere, but it's difficult for the moment to make money with that, so it will be interesting to follow the activity. And for you, Range, you present us the growth intelligence model, very inspiring. How do you concretely manage to transform newsroom with this model and to implement this model within newsroom?
I think it's a combination of things, really. Firstly, it was data. We really need to focus on the data. So I attend the editorial conference every morning at 8:30, and before we even look at any of the news agenda items, we look at the data. We look at the hero metrics, we look at what's been performing, what has not been performing, what we've done well, what we've not done well. So that's the first element. And I think the sort of news journalists around that table, we're not used to working like that. And a lot of this is down to our new editor-in-chief, Jack Leffley, who put this into place. Then the next thing is culture. Culture is absolutely key, and I think we were talking about this yesterday, that, and no offense to any of the journalists that are sat here, you're all it's a tribal breed, right? And they're used to doing things a certain way. So we needed to change the culture there as well. And again, a lot of that will come through the physicality, actually sitting in the same room as them, understanding what they do, and they understanding what we do. So next week, for instance, we've got a strategy session where we revisit our strategy that we pulled together last year, and all the newsroom top bods are coming into that meeting. They are part and parcel of that strategy, and that's how we're going to move forward in terms of what they can lend to that strategy. So I think it's a combination of things, and taking the sort of pilot analogy, we've talked a lot about this at PA as well, is that when you're leading a company, you are the pilot, right? And you're flying that plane, but you've got your back to the rest of the business, and it's really important that the people that you have, your editor-in-chief, your commercial directors, all the team that you work with, take them as the cabin crew, right? They've got to believe that strategy, and they've got to make all the passengers believe that what we're doing is right, and that's what shifts the culture. So if they look like they're panicking when we've got turbulence, if they look like they're panicking when we've got turbulence or crazy things going on, everyone else is going to believe that too. So I think it's really important that everybody buys into it. That's a cultural shift. The other one is data.
Thank you. And maybe a last question for you, you all. Shouldn't we, as media, invest on subscription and on loyal audiences more than on diversification? What do you think of that? If we have to focus our energy, sometimes we can think, or some media can say that they focus only on subscription, that is core business, but other media say, no, we have to be everywhere, advertising, diversification, subscription. So what do you think of that? And shouldn't we, as media, invest a lot only on subscription instead of diversification?
Is it to me? Yes. Well, I'm a great believer in subscriptions. I come from a subscriptions background, and I think for me, you know, it's horses for courses, as we say, right? If it's something that's going to work for you, then absolutely fantastic. I think when I look at subscriptions, I think of recurring revenue. It's money, it's cash, dollars coming into your coffers on a weekly, monthly basis. Who would want to turn that away? Right? So I think we need to find solutions where we can increase engagement, increase revenue within our own audiences, but also help our customers to be able to do that as well. So I'm a believer. And you know, if we were to ever launch a subscription-based service within PA, I'd be right behind it, 100%. Yeah.
I will just add that subscriptions, I think, also need to diversify, right? Because when we talk about subscription, it could be subscription to a club, subscription to a music event that every week you have a membership in something. So I think when we're talking about subscription, again, right now in an environment where we are format flexible and that's how our users take it, we need to think about belonging. Once you find your community, you want to pay to be a part of it, and that's more of a membership club philosophy that can include your subscription to a print product, a digital, an audio product, but also can have live event subscriptions and clubs. So, and this is something that we're doing again with both Harvard Club as well as the events, the VIP events with the turning points in Kazakhstan.
That's not an opposition between diversification and subscription.
Yeah, I think right now, I think we just broaden the confines and of what that means. And again, within the trusted media space, yes, within the trusted branded space with all our values. But I think it's a beautiful thing to know that we don't have those confines. We are format fluid because that's what our audiences want.
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to choose. I want to read everything. So I don't think media industry is in position to choose. So we need subscription, we need publicity system, we need diversification, we need everything in our business model. So today I decide to not choose.
Thank you. Do you have some questions in the room?
Yes. Any questions?
Oh, there's one. There's one behind. Yes, there's a question. Awesome.
How did you enter into the festival business? So how do you do that? Is this kind of small and then scaling? Is it all in? So what were the first steps?
So the question is for me, I think. We began small. We were in, well, first of all, we studied the market, but, well, I was born in Toulouse and I'm passionate of music. And as a student over there, I had this idea and feeling that it was missing something. And festival industry is really important in France, but you was missing that in the city as Toulouse. So I had some tries before to succeed, and I tried to book one festival, and then I tried to associate with other comics called Les Chevaliers du Fiel. And finally I found my good association with Big Flo and Oli, and we were sharing the same dream. And we try our first attempt. We was waiting for 25,000 people, and we arrived with 50,000. And then we understand that something what happened, and then we were growing up, and we orchestrate this growing. But I mean, the only way of have the answer is to make it happen. So we make it happen, and it's work. But we began small for that one that we create. Then we bought other one, which were older and which was working and already in success.
Yeah, thank you for all your insights. Maybe a question to Jean-Nicolas. Do you have a specific process where you decide to sunset something, because you were talking about failures? So do you have something standardized, a KPI figure, something when you decide that this is not going to work and when you will stop things?
I wish I have, but the reality is, you know, something with 15 years of trying and failing and succeeding. Once more, the people is the more important. The thing that you will do is important. You have to fix to your market, of course. I have here some of other editors we make selling run because they are close to the sea and it works. I don't have sea in my close to my group, so we did not do that. But so the project is important, but the people with is maybe more important because if you are associating with right person, you will win a lot of time. And the pilot, who is leading the project, the diversification, because you are in all your activity, you have to supervise all your activity, but you need the motor, the engine of the project, and this is the key point. So, really.
Thank you very much. Also from my side, a question to all of yours. I guess being profitable is a wide range. Do you have like a minimum margin that you want to achieve, and if it's beneath that, you skip it?
I would say for the projects that I advise on, anything, I think it's ambitious, but anything 40% and above is fantastic. 40% in some of the projects that I talked about is possible, especially if you are, you know, if you already have an infrastructure in place, such as media infrastructure or digital infrastructure, that's very possible. If you are in hospitality business, in some projects, 30-35% is actually possible, which I did not know that. And that's now becoming my benchmark.
I think I'm in the same ballpark here. It really does depend. I think when we talk about our organization, it's similar ballpark, but also we have to think of our clients as well, and are they making a profit? And what tooling and what products are we launching in order to increase their engagement and to drive revenue and profitability for them as well? It's a similar ballpark.
And in events, it's also possible. So as you're looking at, especially, well, I don't know about festival businesses, but this type of high-level VIP events, the commercial partnerships that drive the revenue to those selected VIP events are very high margin.
Yeah, I'll say the same, and it depends on the market. You have some, in technological markets, you have high level of margin. In events, it's a lower, but you also have direct revenue, but you also have to think about the indirect revenue that will generate to your other businesses, which is also important. It could be interesting because when you take the general picture, you could have some revenue like financial revenue, but you could also have images revenue, or it will help you to your HR model, and it's also another kind of revenue, but it could be helpful in our industry. So it's global, it depends on the activity.
Any other question? Valerie, your question?
It's okay. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
No more? Yeah.
So, just yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We keep to think big for profitability.